Well, tremendously excited to welcome you to the third edition of the W100 Shrewsbury. Marketa Vondrousova, champion in 2022. Victoria Golubic, triumphant in 2023. Who will take the 2024 crown? Well, all you need to know about the depth of the draw on this occasion is that first up this week in the main draw on Demos People Arena, we have the player with the most WTA singles titles in the draw up against the player who very recently made the Olympic semi-finals. Chris Tortos is going to be pretty happy to be in the chair for this first match of 5. Today, Heather Watson, long-time familiar face in British tennis, far side of the court, taking on Anna Karolina Schmiedlova, the number 5 seed, and the player who contested the bronze medal match at the Paris Olympics just a handful of months ago. So it's Abigail Johnson with you at the start of today. Throughout this week, I'll be joined by Alex Hyman and Oscar Chamberlain, and maybe a few other voices from the tournament as well to guide you through proceedings. Always a highly anticipated event, this one, the biggest women's tennis event in the UK outside of the grass court season. And Heather Watson, here at the Shrewsbury Club, for the first time in a while, the 32-year-old last touched down on these courts in 2011. So to put that in perspective, Hannah Klugman, 15 years old, who is the youngest player in the main draw, was barely a presence on this earth last time Watson contested a match on these courts. They'll look very different. A lot of great developments here at the club continuing. And Watson, so successful in the years since. A career high ranking for her of world number 38. That was achieved back in 2015. She's still very close to that number in the doubles ranking. Anna Karolina Schmiedlova currently leading the way between these two in the singles rankings. She's a current world number 108. Now, if she picked up rankings points for her Olympic run, that number would be a lot higher, but that was the honor of playing for country, representing Slovakia. Only lost out to the eventual gold medalist, Zhang Qinwen, in the semi-finals, and then world #1 and 4-time Roland Garros champion Iga Swiatek in the bronze medal match. So that's a stiff back end of that draw after she had impressed on her route. The player who's now 30 years old.
2 minutes.
Schmiedlova herself, one of the most successful players in this draw.
And to the title champion from Slovakia, Anna Schmiedlova. Watson won the toss and chose to serve.
Great to hear the reception for these two at the beginning of the day. The event here in Shrewsbury always well supported. And these two are both players who are familiar with the biggest stages in the sport. It's 3 WTA singles titles for Schmiedlova, 4 for Heather Watson. And it's going to be an interesting one today. Quick turnarounds for both. Watson was most recently, at the beginning of this month, out competing at the WTA 1000 event in Beijing. Made the second round of qualifying. And Schmiedlova was outside on some pretty slow hard courts in Barcelona last week. So might just take a handful of games for both players to adjust.
And warm up.
Here we are ready to go. First match of a 5-match day on Demos People Arena.
Heather Watson to serve. Ready. Play. Love 15.
Nicely done by Watson.
15.
She's one of the most well-rounded competitors in this draw. Her doubles expertise certainly helps in that department, or maybe that is what makes her such a great doubles player. A Wimbledon champion alongside Henri Continent in the mixed doubles back in 2016. Can't think she would have liked the look of this draw. There were only a couple of first-round matchups that drew audible reactions at last night's player party, and this was one of them. Fourth career meeting for these two, first since 2020. And while it has been a while since they've gone head-to-head, it is Anna Karolina Schmiedlova who leads the head-to-head by 3 wins to 1, including the only previous contest on a hard court. Early break points here for the Slovak. She is known to play her best, Heather Watson, with her back against the wall.
Juice.
She's earned that reputation for being a gutsy, feisty player over many years.
Game.
It's impressively worked from Watson in her first game of the tournament. Trying to put that flatter Schmiedlova backhand under pressure. You can see early on the Slovak on her forehand is switching up the spins a lot. There's a touch more security on that side. No wonder that she's had so many tremendous results at Roland Garros on the clay. And Watson's got the all-court game that's going to keep asking questions, and she's got the resilience under pressure required to keep this a tight contest.
Anna Karolina Schmiedlova to serve. Out. 15 love.
Punishing return of the second serve, just set up for the forehand. Watson says, thanks very much.
30-15.
There's a statement response, though. Lands the first serve under scrutiny. The second serve offering having been annihilated, and she's conjured that winner from a back foot position, rocked back by the body return. Early on, we're seeing just how important the first serve numbers are in these indoor hard court conditions. Going to be the quickest courts that these two have played on in a while. Certainly a contrast for Schmiedlova from Spain last week.
40-30.
But she's got the backhand to utilize that. If she can land the first serve, that flat two-handed strike is pretty unstoppable. It's going to give us some confidence to navigate the tighter moments in this one. Some policy.
Juice.
That's why we've been bigging this tournament up in the lead up for the past however many months. And it's got the weight, the strength of a higher level event.
Advantage. Left. Second set. Game.
And that is why Schmiedlova did not win a point behind her second serve in that game. Watson locked in and makes the Slovak pay for failing to capitalize on either of her breakpoint chances in the opening game. First strike to the Brits.
Fault. Love 15.
sensational.
15 all.
Schmiedlova just not able to trouble Watson so far in the forehand-to-forehand exchanges. And the Brit making the necessary adjustments to that switch up in height and length of the ball. Well, she's got a higher first serve percentage. It's making a whole lot of difference right now for Heather Watson. This could have looked so different down double break point in the opening game, but 3 games played, 3 games won by the competitor who is the non-seeder in this match, but only narrowly, was barely outside those top 8 places coming in. Tough draw this for both players. Let's talk a little bit about the draw as a whole then, and why this is the strongest edition of the W100 Shrewsbury to date in terms of depth. Nuria Perez's Diaz is our top seed from Spain, came runner-up at a W125, WTA 125 I should say, just last month. Won back-to-back events at this level heading into the US Open. Arantxa Rus seeded at number 2. She won a WTA title last season. Sonia Kartel in at number 4, won a WTA title last month. I mean, it's all going on. Still, should be said, this is one of the toughest first-round head-to-heads that could have occurred. And it's a tough task for the Olympic semi-finalist right now. Schmiedlova looking to hold for the first time. She's just seeing that ball like a football on the second serve. I mean, 4th game, and she's hit minimum 4 return winners. The more that happens, the more that's in Schmiedlova's head when it comes to the serve. It becomes more of a mental game.
Left. That's it. Out.
She's enjoying life on the stretch a touch more, Watson. She's a counterpuncher by nature, and that plays into her comfort zone. Schmiedlova only really settled out here when she's landed a first serve and she's directly onto the front foot. Gotta look to keep getting those strikes deep into the Watson body or get her back behind to unbalance her. But she's put on the defensive so early, control is taken.
40-30.
It's just killer statistics on the second serve. Just one of her 8 second serve points won by Schmiedlova, and you can sense it even in her tension that she's anticipating Watson getting right up to that ball, firing it line, unstoppable. And another break point.
Game. Watson.
So far, so good, Heather Watson.
Watson
Maybe it has been long enough that she's forgotten that head-to-head. 4 years since these two last faced off. And 4 years, 10 years, I should say. 2014, the 4 that got me there. Since Watson last notched a victory in this head-to-head, you've got to rewind to a W100 final in Prague in 2014, the last time that Watson got the better of Schmiedlova.
15 minutes.
Tells you something about the longevity of these two. That for the past decade, they've been hanging around the realms of the elite. Unlucky, but look at the difference in court position there. Watson's got so much confidence from what she's doing on the return, and behind that serve now, nailing her marks, staying up on top of the baseline very quickly, making Schmiedlova feel like she's low on options after a positive start.
40-15. 40-30.
And a taste of her own medicine. It has to be that good, that quickly from Schmiedlova if she is to escape Watson's counter-punching ability. Yeah, it's good to see her body language here. If you look at her, she does not look like a player who's about to go down 5-love on the scoreboard, so maybe she won't.
Out. Game.
And the Watson serve comes up clutch. And you wouldn't have called this at the beginning of proceedings. 5 games from 5 for the current world number 157, Heather Watson, with the finish line of the first set in sight.
Time.
That's rare,
15
and how timely for Schmiedlova that she wins her first second serve point in some time on the first point of this game. It is a mountain to climb, but it is so important to give herself a foundation to build on moving into a potential second set in the next few minutes.
That's enough. Ah! 30-15.
She's able to get right up on top of that court. Schmiedlova looking for some security on that second serve. It's sitting up in the box a little for Watson.
Schmiedlova.
So needed for the Slovak. She's done really well to keep her shoulders up. And that is the mark.
Watson leads by 5 games to 1.
Competitor. She's a former world number 26 in 2015. But she is trying to snap a 3-match losing streak here. Schmiedlova hasn't won a contest since she made the semi-finals of the WTA 125 in Guadalajara last month. Lost in the semis to former Wimbledon semi-finalist Tatiana Maria. Only seen Watson do out here. Take the ball back behind.
15 minutes.
Recall earlier in the set, Schmiedlova doing it once to effect. I just don't know if she's had enough control to get Watson backpedaling like that. The Brit handling that masterfully.
$15.
Schmiedlova immediately head down there and back to the court, not going to let it show, but that's a Snigur. You're 5-1 down in the set, and both dead net cords have gone against you.
Lexus.
Now, things have slowed down a touch for Watson at the back end of this set. There's definitely more for Schmiedlova to build on going into the rest of the match. She's handled herself very well. There have been multiple close games. And that is something that just tells her that maybe Watson isn't quite so secure as the scoreboard, as an overview might appear. Ball just coming at her a little differently, didn't catch it right. That was such an opening to kick her opponent while she was down after that smash into the net. I mean, that was close.
Advantage, Schmiedlova.
And this contest as a whole, so much closer in the last 5 minutes. Watson known for her fight. Yeah, that's because often she can be embroiled in a lengthy affair. There's a bit of a sense of this one turning.
Out. Juice. Advantage. Schmiedlova.
Classic Heather Watson, use of the court. Stepping up to execute the angle from a dangerous position there. Positive start to that exchange for Schmiedlova, but once again, it's Watson with the more consistency when those angled cross-court battles come into play. Is that enough to get her across the line?
Advantage. Watson.
Well, perhaps one of the more competitive 6-1 sets you will see, but ultimately the Schmiedlova second serve was the gaping hole that Heather Watson stepped right into, took full advantage of that weaker offering, made her mark early, and it gave her the security for when things got a little wobbly at the end there. 6 games, 1 of 7, not bad at all for the non-seeder in this match. Watson, 1 set from round 2 in this first match of the day, first match of the main draw here on the Demos People Arena, the 3rd edition of the W100 Shrewsbury. Massive final hold for Watson. Multiple break points saved. Schmiedlova had maintained this cold exterior that didn't give the Brit a whole lot to draw off, and was looking ready to reap the rewards for that. But ultimately, just not enough first serves landed for the Slovak to keep that scoreboard pressure on Watson that might have made the difference. So 77% of first serves landed by Watson, just the 55 for Schmiedlova. So immediately at the beginning of the second set, where she does have the consolation of the serving advantage, that's phase 1. Get more first deliveries in play, because behind that first delivery, she's pretty successful.
Second set.
Only losing 4 of her 12 first serve points in that set.
Newport.
a little far away to see, but Watson's eyes must have lit up when she got a look at the second delivery, very first point of this set. And she looks to have found a rhythm out here, and she has no fear taking those deliveries down the line, which is immediately robbing Schmiedlova of recovery time.
Out. Love that. Out. 15-30.
It's good to see her go after that play again, Schmiedlova, the point after she was unsuccessful, because she continues to not get a whole lot of joy from putting Watson on the stretch. She's got the spin, the heaviness on the forehand to get that ball up and uncomfortable at her opponent's body at the middle. As long as she maintains the length of shot.
15-14.
It's just a drill for Watson now. She's had so many looks at that second serve. She's teeing off like she doesn't need to think. First 2 break points of this set.
Out. 30-40. Out. Juice. Advancing.
Okay, bookmark this. And just a little reminder that first game of the first set, it was Schmiedlova who had 2 break points, didn't capitalize. From there, it was all Heather Watson. Now the Brit with 2 break points come and gone.
Fault. Out.
Second serve just too short, and
Juice.
the toss is quite telling. She's caught her toss a few times out here. Schmiedlova, we're indoors, there's no wind. It's hinting at a little bit of discomfort on the serve. And that's from the repetitive threat of Watson on the return, just making her think, feel the pressure.
Fault.
Can't take anything from the non-seeder, though. This is pretty sensational. The routine nature of this attack, of the second delivery, against a player who's done some significant stuff in 2024. Awe-inspiring stuff. It's another mini battle that goes the way of Heather Watson.
This game, second.
And it is the perfect first block for the onslaught to continue. Break of serve at the first opportunity. Schmiedlova got to be asking herself where she goes from here. Honestly, she's maintained her composure pretty well, all things considered, in terms of just how she's carrying herself. There have been signs on the serve that she feels a little caged. But she's not snapping. It's not her nature. Might have to look at just taking a few more risks on the return here. Watson is so quick to strike line at the moment and take the ball on early. Needs to make a statement. Classily handled.
15 love.
It's four-court comfort for the player who has multiple WTA doubles titles to her name.
Out. 30 love.
Early stages of the second set, but she has such a cushion, Watson, from how she's been able to handle the vast majority of the pressure moments, both on serve and return. And it's a very focused former world number 38 right now.
Watson leads by 2 games to none.
Yeah, I mean, a vast percentage of this is her level. Schmiedlova's second serve struggles for sure opening the door, but it's Watson who is yanking that door to full stretch. Schmiedlova just can't find a way to consistently put her at bay once those rallies lengthen. Still would love to see her with that whippy forehand that she has. To use a shorter angle, just try and drag Watson back behind, get her off balance. The lateral movement from the Brit is so efficient.
Out. 15 love. Out. 13.
Shades of the middle portion and back end of the first set when Schmiedlova got that one game on the board. Held herself well, landed first serves.
Out. 40-15.
But the more of these moments that turn around, the tougher the mental task is going to be. I still think one of the key points of that first set was when Schmiedlova had break-back point after that 1-5 hold.
Out. Game.
She's barely showed a flicker of emotion on that occasion. She slapped her thigh, shook her head a little, and there's a stern look in her eyes now as she gets her first game on the board in the second set. Critically, keeping it close in the early stages, where Watson might just still feel her breath on the back of her neck. Setting a break still for the 32-year-old. Give you a little update from what is happening elsewhere, because we do have 3 courts in action on this first day of main draw at the W100 Shrewsbury. We've had a victory already for number 4 seed Chloe Paquet of France. Got it done 6-4, 6-2 over Britain's Millie Rzecki. A lot of British presence today on the singles court. Emily Appleton next up.
Time.
On the Demos People Arena in an all-qualifiers battle with Aneta Laukova of the Czech Republic, Czechia, as we call it now. And now on to court 1, our top seed, Nuria Parizas-Diaz, with multiple W100 titles to her name in the past few months. And she faces last year's quarter-finalist Simona Waltert. It's a tough draw for the Swiss. Got players left, right and centre. A few Brits watching on from the balcony. Going to throw Jodie Burridge under the bus because she refused to come and do a bit of co-commentary. She's seen Heather Watson up close many times. They've been on the doubles court. They've been on the Billie Jean King Cup team side by side last year. Watson back in that squad heading to Spain next month. She has not missed a beat in the forecourt today. Barely, Watson. Just the one smash into the net, and she has made up for it with impeccable craft. So good at handling the ball below the height of the net.
Fault. 40-50. Out. 40-30.
Now this is where you watch closely. Look at that slap on the thigh from Schmiedlova. She has consistently kept her focus locked on point by point. And that hold has come much earlier in the set this time around. She's on the heels.
Out. Game. Watson.
Well, just as when she was close in the first set, Schmiedlova just getting the forehand wrong as she tries to inject a little bit more shape on it.
Watson leads by 3-1.
And those slim margins making a vast amount of difference for the comfort levels of Heather Watson. Still chasing is the Slovak.
15-9.
The strength in the legs. She's routinely the player, Watson, to take the ball on its ascendancy. Just a touch more aggressive with that positioning and seeing the strokes so clearly to lock in. The toss again, just telling of the pressure applied. It's got to be back edge of the line if it caught, and it's deemed to have. And that rally is case in point. She's receiving Watson, and yet she spent the entire exchange a footstep from the baseline, virtually glued to that back line. Schmiedlova running, chasing, responding from pretty much the first ball. It's now a question of how long she can cope with having to hang in there like that.
Fault. Game.
It just tells the story of how often Heather Watson has been there off the court. This woman is one of the nicest on it right now. She has been absolutely merciless. And that is why she leads by a set and a double break.
Time.
Well, Emily Appleton and Anita Laukova might just be starting to warm up, and that is due to the totality of this performance from Heather Watson. She's got to see it through, but she has come through with answers to every small question mark so far. Quality performance. Oh, you're joking. Of all the stunning shot making out here so far today, that takes the biscuit from Heather Watson. Not sure you can teach that court craft of the highest caliber.
Love. 30-15.
And that is why Schmiedlova just hasn't been able to stitch points together in a way that's going to damage on the scoreboard. The front foot ferocity from Watson, the consistency, the repeatability of what she's doing. 13 years absent from Shrewsbury, but she looks very much at home.
Out. Game. Watson.
And she is putting together a world-class performance right now.
Watson leads tie 5 games.
Like the world-class player she is and has been for so long.
Let's visit. Let 15. Bolt.
It just feels like the curtain's falling. It was much better second serve from Schmiedlova right on the line, and Watson, just seeing the ball so big, has the confidence to step up to it with all the success that she's had. And after the slow hard courts of Barcelona for Schmiedlova last week, Watson ensuring that the Slovak feels like the ball is coming back at double the pace. This is triple match point. Looking for one final flourish, Schmiedlova.
30.
Yeah, she's done pretty well to isolate the points, but there are a lot of them required to turn this one around now. That is stunning. She's saving her best for last, that's for sure. And spreading the court in a way she wasn't quite able to. And maybe there's some release of tension here for Schmiedlova with how heavy the scoreboard is against her. Something different, apart from the shape on the forehand, we've not really seen her switch up the ground play, possibly with how quickly the ball's coming back. But that slice to finish, just keeping the ball low, minimizing Watson's chances of chasing down.
Advantage, Watson.
And still, there are miles to trek. Fourth match point.
Game, set a match, Watson.
Watch out, Shrewsbury. Heather Watson has set the standards with a mercilessly dominant performance to dismiss the Olympic semi-finalist Anna Karolina Schmiedlova. From double break point down in the opening game of the match, she did not look back. Tremendously impressive from Watson. And that's a first victory over Schmiedlova in a decade. Schmiedlova came into the meeting 3-1 up on the head-to-head. Just the 2 games the number 5 seed able to pick up today. And while the second serve struggles did allow Watson into proceedings, it was largely the impressive all-court game of the Brit that made the ultimate difference. So we have our first winner of the day on Demos People Arena. It is Heather Watson into round 2. 4 matches still to come, and maybe a few minutes delay ahead of the next one, because the 2 players probably not expecting to be on court this soon when they saw they were scheduled after Heather Watson of 4 WTA titles and Olympic semi-finalist Anna Karolina Schmiedlova. But when they are ready, it'll be a contest of the qualifiers. Emily Appleton to take on Aneta Laukova, and myself, Abigail Johnson, will be back with you for that match. Abigail Johnson back with you here on Demos People Arena, and I have to say, was not expecting to arrive at this second clash of the day so swiftly, but that was the form of Heather Watson in today's opening encounter. 6-1, 6-1 over Olympic semi-finalist and number 5 seed Anna Karolina Schmiedlova. Another Brit on court, but a very different matchup with different stakes, as it's a clash of the qualifiers. Emily Appleton taking on Aneta Laukova of Czechia. So Appleton with the victory yesterday to see herself into this main draw. The current world number 393 in singles. Her career high ranking just inside the world's top 350. Potentially attainable this tournament or in the following weeks. Good to see her back here in Shrewsbury. She competes all around the world. Appleton, she's been particular in her pursuit of doubles in recent times, where she's just one spot off her career high ranking at world number 109. She's featured in the Wimbledon main draw the last 2 years and got her first main draw victory alongside Lily Miyazaki in the summer just gone. And on that note, shout out to Miyazaki, who would be here but is sidelined with injury for the rest of the season. We miss you, Lily, and we wish you the best. So her sometimes doubles partner Appleton tasked today with Laukova, the current world number 818 in the singles rankings, so even 848 as things currently stand. Career high ranking inside the top 500 for the 24-year-old. And she has impressed in making this round, where it's a little bit more of an unknown in terms of how things might play out. She's got a task on her hands with the big hitting game of Appleton, the huge serve and forehand. But she's definitely played her way into this tournament, the woman from Czechia. 2 matches played in qualifying and a real battle yesterday against another Brit, Emma Wilson, who can take a real slap at her own forehand. Laukova surviving being edged in the second set to come through with a 6-3, 6-7, 7-5 triumph. And that was after an opening win in straight sets over a seeded player. So she's got some confidence. Something that she will hope to build on in this match. So if you didn't catch the chair umpire there, the toss was a choice to receive. Appleton herself coming through the qualifying draw without dropping a set. Most recently yesterday, 7-6, 6-4 over Deborah Chiesa of Italy. Similar warm-up for these two. They both played on indoor hard courts last week at the W75 in Bratislava. Hard-fought third set loss for Appleton on that occasion in the singles. And for Laukova, she stayed a while in the doubles, semi-finalist. Made the second round of the qualifying draw there as well, so not so much adjustment to conditions for these two compared to the previous match where Watson was coming in from China and Schmiedlova from very slow hard courts out in Spain. qualifying wins behind them, these two might be good to go in the second match of the day on the Demos People Arena. Appleton versus Laukova for a spot in the second round of the third edition of the W100 Shrewsbury. Former champions, Wimbledon winner Marketa Vondrousova, and former Wimbledon quarter-finalist Victoria Golubic, triumphing on this court last season. Well, the immediate standout of this match is lefty versus righty. Don't think the woman from Czechia will mind starting this one on serve. Loves that swing serve out wide. As a left-hander, she's got natural impact on that wing with the way it curls. Early sign of the double skills of Appleton that served Heather Watson so well in the previous match. She's really been a steady climber up the rankings, Appleton, in that discipline. This season, 4 titles to her name, all at 75 level. It's a nice settling first hold for Anita Laukova. Grand stage here at the W100 Shrewsbury, as these players deserve. But for someone like Laukova, she's got a career high ranking of world number 445. She won't have seen a lot of stages like this one. It's an aspect that doesn't get a lot of consideration. The streaming of the matches, the attention, the people in the crowd watching on, it's something that's so normal to the players in the world's top 100, but players like these two, for all their talent, they don't get a whole lot of that. Appleton with a bit more familiarity with it, so successful 3 years ago in the UK Pro League, which actually culminated here in Shrewsbury. Won 4 of the first 5 weeks of that tournament, all indoor hard court. Great compliment to her game. And what is evident early on here is that this is going to be a big hitting affair. Watson so effective this morning, stepping up to the ball, taking it on the rise. And it's going to be a fight for the first strike out here. Thankfully for Appleton, she's got a huge serve that's going to help her out in that department. First ace clocked in. Well, certainly the ability of Laukova on the defense in the previous point, putting a bit more pressure on the second serve there. Great play on the reach. She wouldn't have wanted to go the distance yesterday, Laukova, but she probably benefits a little from both that matchup and the intensity of it. And where it was played, Emma Wilson really leathers the ball. So Laukova has had experience of lightning strikes like that coming at her, having to weather the storm a little bit. And she was saying a bit earlier on, the check, that the courts out the back playing a little faster, sliding through the court a little more. So that will have tested her reactions, but just too good with the serve from Appleton under pressure. A couple of aces there, and a first hold for the British player. Well, it wasn't an anti-climax after all those lets. She looks a pretty calm presence out here early, Laukova. Oh, nice disguise on that from Appleton. Her movement up the court had her looking ready to drive the backhand. And if this match extends, if they do go blow for blow, it might be that question of depth and versatility that offers the upper hand. Impressive early striking from Aneta Laukova. As expected, both players pretty quick off the mark. And it means that we are on serve at the first sit down. So as we focus in on center stage here on day one of the main draw at the third edition of the W100 Shrewsbury, we will keep you on track with what is happening elsewhere. Two other courts in action. Number 4 seed Chloe Paquet avoiding the Schmiedlova upset against Watson. Paquet with the 6-4, 6-2 win over Millie Rozhecki, the number 4 seed on court 1. And it's the top seed, Nuria Parizas-Diaz, who's currently battling against last year's quarterfinalist Simona Waltert. She is 3-4 and serving deuce. Brings an interesting dynamic to this match because both Appleton and Laukova are playing impressive power tennis. And yet with the depth of the draw this season, both of them will look at this as a good first round. So how do they shoulder that different kind of pressure? Well, she's certainly, Laukova, the player asking early questions on the defensive, but Appleton showing that she's got focus and response, and have always said of Emily Appleton over the past few years, she has such a good game face. There are going to be frustrating moments out here, but she's not going to let it show, and that is good resilience for the love hold. Has had success at a W100 in the UK already this year. Appleton, she was the last Brit standing at the first event of the grass court season, the Surbiton Trophy, made the quarterfinals. Only lost to the eventual champion. Was a qualifier on that occasion too. Now, those are the moments you need to look at on the Czech side of things when there's a bit of scoreboard pressure. Can she manufacture the same front foot intensity? And she did so that. Oh, that is quite a ridiculous recovery. Swift switch up from the 24-year-old. Scorch up. Yeah, that slice approach is a great asset to the Appleton game. Forces adjustment from the opponent, gives her a bit of time to get her feet set in the forecourt as well. She's always had the big strikes, but over the past few years, she's become progressively an even smarter player. Good. Not sure if Appleton was a little flummoxed and annoyed by a line call just before. Didn't quite catch it, but the key thing is that she doesn't waste energy on that. Just straight back to the next point. It's a close game. It's an opportunity. She's not letting go of it just yet. Solid defense from Appleton. With her opponent today, as this match wears on, she's got to anticipate a little bit that lefty swing serve out wide on that side of the court. It's going to be an understandable default choice for Laukova with the comfort level and automatic weapon that serve is. But Great reading of the serve here from Emily Appleton, getting her set in the point early. And this is unflinching stuff from the 25-year-old for a break point. Oh, she's caught it. Well, something else that comes with the left-handers is a little bit more natural spin on this forehand, and she's used the shorter angle to perfection there, Laukova. Yeah, but there'll be no outfoxing this time. And when these points become slightly more cat and mouse, it is Appleton with the greater early success rate. And a second break point hit. The slow build of pressure from the range of Appleton's repertoire so far. That clean strike in these indoor conditions, coupled with a solid defensive ability. And it's good enough for the Brit to strike first. Emily Appleton takes the lead in this second match of the day on Demos People Arena. First break of the contest to the current world number 393. Well, early alarm bells ringing for the seeds. Already on this court today, number 5 seed Anna Karolina Schmiedlova downed by Heather Watson in the toughest of first rounds. Here's Sally Appleton, Emily's mum. Sporting background herself, PE teacher. She's a faithful travel companion of Emily's. She's called her her best friend. It's great to see that relationship. It really helps in the tough times on the road, and they're in constant contact even when apart. But back to the point, Simona Waltert. First set in the bag against the top seeds, Nuria Parizas-Diaz. So just underlining the fact that this is the strongest ever field at the W100 Shrewsbury, won previously by Marketa Vondrousova and Victoria Golubic, both Olympic medalists. Oh, there's a platform for that serve now. Appleton having fought for the breakthrough. And come up clutch in some tight moments on serve. Oh, that's really well handled. She almost overran the backhand, Laukova. There's been some decent anticipation at the back end of this game that is just asking a little more of Appleton's focus on the aggressive ground strokes. Back of the line on the second serve, good enough to just keep that flatter two-hander under pressure from the Czech side of the court. And that's the break consolidated for the woman who is yet to drop a set in Shrewsbury. 2 qualifying wins in straight sets for Appleton. Laukova looking to build on her fighting 3-set triumph from yesterday afternoon. Quick turnaround. Getting a feel for it now, Appleton. Stepping up to cut down the flight of the ball. It's a pretty slick strike off both wings for the Brit. Oh, bullseye. There's a little less margin for error, a lot less margin for error on the backhand side, but when it lands the mark, it's devastating, and she certainly goes after it when given half a chance. Oh, gives her a taste of her own medicine, that slider down the line. Earlier on, it was the Czech who passed Appleton with it, and this time Appleton maintains focus once again when there was the opportunity to get the job done a little earlier. She doesn't dwell. And now she's got a shot at the double break. It's good to see from Laukova that she has seemingly a good sense of what her identity is as a player, and that means that whatever the scoreboard, she's going to go after her shots. So key for progression. because all these competitors can play. But do you have the nerve to go after it when it really matters? Do you back yourself? Can you produce in the clutch moments? And that was a massive one for Aneta Laukova. That keeps her alive pretty much in this first set. Double break with the way Appleton has been hitting and serving. You'd have backed the Brit to put it to bed. As it is, a little more work to be done in this opening set. 4-3, she leads. So this is the first big test for Appleton in a while, just in terms of how she takes care of things on her own side of the net. Having just seen the opportunity for the double break come and go, a quick reset is required. It's good to hear that from Laukova. Gotta say, in terms of reactions and the like, it's been a pretty quiet day from the players on Demos People Arena so far, and now with the scoreboard having closed, it's a good moment for the Czech to really show her presence in all departments. Something different. A lot of lift on that forehand, made it awkward for Appleton. Even though we're indoors, sometimes the lighting, the rafters can just take the ball out of vision. The adjustment on the forehand under pressure is brilliant from Appleton. The strike on her forehand side, one of her most venomous shots, but it is a versatile wing for her, and that has come into play on multiple occasions in this set, making a lot of difference. And she comes through the testing holes. That is really well done by the 25-year-old. A game later than she would have liked, but a big boost from that as she does move one game away from set one. My word, that is piercing stuff. Could not have landed a finer mark if she tried, Emily Appleton, and that has set the tone for this game. And again, it's been a bit of a game changer, that slice, getting her set up in the forecourt, forcing Laukova to get down and deal with a different look on the ball, and giving Appleton some time to get ready to finish things off. And she might just finish this set. Oh, that was an acute delivery. Flourish from Laukova. Drop shot of the day so far, just dying next to the net. It was a fair option from Appleton under pressure. Rocked back, just trying to leapfrog Laukova line. But it was a well-built point by the Czech. Well, Appleton broke in the 5th game of the set, and so she's had the scoreboard on her side, and she's just been a little more put together in this match so far. Laukova's had her moments, but Appleton has had more of them in a row. And a set point here. Oh, she knows that was an opportunity, Appleton, to wrap things up. Maybe a little surprised by the time she got on this volley to get up to the ball. It keeps things interesting. Appleton, although receiving, had the set on her racket when that volley came in slow, and it just seemed like she had too many options to think over. But she has held her own impressively before after a half chance has passed her by. So you wouldn't bet against her yet. She'll serve for the set after the sit down. Good Czech history here in Shrewsbury. Vondrousova triumphant overall in 2022, and she wasn't the only Czech to compete in that edition of the W100 Shrewsbury. A certain Karolina Mukova was also present. Grand Slam finalist, multiple times a Grand Slam semi-finalist since then, Mukova. Certainly doing something right out there in Czechia. As for the Brits, some good, healthy helping of them in this year's main draw. Appleton having proven herself through qualifying. Watson having set the standard today in the first match of the day. 6-1, 6-1 win on Demos People Arena. And last year's runner-up will get her campaign underway tomorrow. Marnie Banks had 3 career best wins in a row on her way to the Ultimate Showdown last season. Now the serve, the cornerstone for Appleton, just allowing her to shrug off those adverse moments that bit more easily. Cheap points, conserving energy mentally and physically. And still with the stability at the back of the court to get the better of a healthy amount of those lengthier exchanges too. So here we go, double set point for the Brit. It's a well-managed set by Emily Appleton. Had a shot at more on multiple occasions, but one break of serve does the job for the woman who has won 5 out of the 5 sets that she's played now in Shrewsbury this week. And just like yesterday, if Aneta Labutkova is to come through this clash, she's going to have to do it the hard way. She actually landed the fewer first serves in that set, Appleton, but she was getting more out of it when it was in play. Of the 17 first serve points she played, she only lost 2. That is pretty dominant on the front foot. And it applied pressure to Labutkova in other departments. Appleton that bit cleaner defensively, with good use of the slice. So the first course of action for Labutkova in this second set as she serves first is probably just to try and be a little bit quicker, getting those points under her control, trying to finish them off more swiftly. Well, Laukova understandably taking her leave of the court between sets, so just a little update on what is happening elsewhere as we continue with this first day of main draw action. Nuria Parizas-Diaz, the top seed, who is down a set to Simona Waltert on court 1, was up a break in the second, but the Swiss quarter-finalist of last season back on serve, 2-3 and serving is Waltert. Live streams for the outside courts available on the LTA YouTube channel. Just getting underway, Elsa Giacomo, the number 7 seed, 21 years old, from France. She's taking on talented young player Oksana Selikmetova. Selikmetova with a really interesting profile, also 21 years old. She was sidelined with injuries for the last half of last season. She was ranked outside the world's top 900 in February, but she's got herself back inside the world's top 200. That is some effort from Selikmetova, so she goes head-to-head with Elsa Giacomo now on court 3. And Emily Appleton looks to keep the blood flowing as she targets a straight sets win in the second match of the day here on Demos People Arena.
Time.
So both players back on court, and for Laukova, she begins the process of trying to up her percentage of points won behind the first serve. Yeah, just a little central with her initial play behind the serve, Laukova. She's put on the run early as Appleton takes the initiative. I think consistently taking the ball a little earlier, Appleton. Oh, well worked, well seen through by the Czech.
15-13.
It was all about keeping her cool there with the scoreboard situation and the development of the point. She answered the call. But, as has previously been the case, the slow start could prove costly. Double break point here.
Next. First serve.
Yes, her apology indicates not quite the cleanest on the backhand, but Laukova here with a bit more success going in at the Appleton body, taking those angles away from a player who's always looking to take the initiative. It's well handled. It was deceptively tricky, the forehand up the line, because she had to navigate the higher part of the net there, Laukova, while still keeping herself on the front foot. She did so efficiently. Yeah, and that's looking like a pretty key hold at the beginning of the second set, with how Appleton managed to just about look after her advantage in the first set. First time in a while that the Brit will be playing from behind on the scoreboard. The Emily Appleton Holy Trinity. Serve, forehand, smash. And that's her bread and butter. And in these conditions, first serve landed, that's repeatable.
14 left.
Oh, well, it's an impressive strike from Laukova. The challenge for her now is trying to bring that a little earlier in proceedings so that there's just a bit more scoreboard heat on Appleton. That's going to help her combat the fierce strokes from her fellow qualifier. And there it is, the cherry on top. And the Appleton serve still unbroken in this match. That's a good combination from Laukova, a great response to the loss of the previous point, where you can't fault her really for going after her forehand down the line. Has to be a touch more aggressive now. Something I noticed again about Appleton on the backcourts and qualifying yesterday is just how well she manages her center of gravity and the leg strength to stay squatted down and take that ball early, get the connection fluid. Barely misses that backhand. Well, that is one of the cleanest combinations that we've seen so far today. Splintering backhand, first of all, with devastating depth of shot that sets her up to get around to her favored forehand side, finish the job. Really impressive in a big moment. And that's an equally impressive response from Laukova to again up the ante, find the line. That intensity that she has under pressure, she now needs to bring it on the front foot. This is an important game for Appleton because she's had break point in her last 3 return games and has not broken in any of those games. Just got to start taking her chances. She's adaptable, Appleton, but she was responding from the offset here, and Laukova just able to do enough to take her off balance and ultimately out of contention. Make that 4 straight service games where Aneta Laukova has faced break points and come through. So that does keep things interesting here on Demos People Arena. A second round spot up for grabs in this first day of W100 Shrewsbury main draw action. Well, that's so positive. It's got to be frustrating, Appleton on the inside, that she could be up a 6-2 set in a break here. And it's exemplary composure and focus on the moment that she's able to take that in her stride and bank on her big weapons. Oh, that is devastating. Probably her biggest return of the match. We've seen similar. Again, I feel like I'm repeating myself a bit here. It's coming at 40 loves and 40 15s for Laukova. She's pulling that trigger at 30 all. 30-15. It just has a touch more impact than when she's doing it from so far behind. Appleton very comfortable to step up once more and go after her game and do what she does. Another comprehensive hold. And another shot and a breakthrough. She'll hope it's fifth time lucky on breakpoint conversion. Kept a hold of the reins. As Appleton looked for depth of shot, and it just felt like she was playing Labutkova's way a little bit more there. Putting some height on the forehand, giving the checker a little more time to get set and use the court. Well, as much as there will be frustration for Appleton from not having converted break points, there's got to be frustration for Labutkova that she keeps being put in these pressure situations. She's done well to manage her emotions so far.
Advantage 14-13.
She's done well to find the outside edge of the tee line on that occasion. Some moment for an ace. Well, it's the first time in a long time that she avoids deuce on serve, Labutkova. In fact, you have to rewind to the third game of the match itself. So that's well done, taking advantage of the fact that Appleton hasn't been able to capitalize on some chances to push through. And she keeps her on the back foot in this second set. Update from Court 1 on this first day of main draw action at the third edition of the W100 Shrewsbury. Nuria Paredes-Diaz, our top seed, has leveled up against last year's quarter-finalist Simona Waltert. So the scoreline now resting at 3-6, 6-3 with Waltert to serve first in the decider. A reminder that you can stream all 3 courts on the LTA YouTube channel throughout the week. This event culminating with the finals on Sunday. The biggest women's tennis event in the UK outside of the grass court season. Already has a prestigious honor roll. Marketa Vondrousova, triumphant just 2 years ago ahead of Wimbledon glory. And last season, Victoria Golubic extending a stellar run of form and lifting the trophy as the top seed. Such a good run from Appleton. She's a distance behind the baseline there, and to have the steadiness to slide that away, impressive. And this really has been one of the key differences between the two players so far, how they are starting games. Just mentioned that the previous hold for Laukova was the first time she'd not been taken to deuce since the third game of the match. Appleton's only dropped the only opening point on serve once in this match. That was the first game. She's just giving herself that breathing room constantly, and then she has the weapons to work with that. Just left her bread and butter there for a moment, Appleton. She's done well to weave in the slice. Slightly rushed there off the back of an aggressive return. Couldn't quite diffuse it. That said, there it is again, the gem of a first delivery. And she's racking up the ace count now, Emily Appleton. Got 8 on record. She could easily be at double digits by the time this one is done. As things stand, pretty much looking the favorite to get this done in straight sets still. This service game with new balls for Laukova will do a lot of talking.
40 left.
The amount of points she's had to play on serve, Laukova seems to have developed her into a bit of a rhythm now, middle of the second set. A great switch up of the spots on serve, good use of the court, its width. And that is the most convincing holds of the match so far for Aneta Laukova, the qualifier who fought through her most recent match, so is no stranger to a battle. Locked in one here and still very much in contention at 4-3 up in the second set, trailing by a set to her fellow qualifier.
Time. Left 15.
The serve percentage very key now for Appleton.
30-15.
First love hold against her. And a bit of a scoreboard springboard for Laukova. She's not broken the Appleton serve yet, but if she can do it here, she's suddenly serving to level.
40-15.
A bit more incentive to go after it, but she's got no chance if Appleton's switching up and landing the marks with that level of precision. That is ace number 9. And that is well held. Once again, Appleton coming through unscathed. And now that opportunity automatically switches hands. It is the Brit who can look for the opportunity to serve for not just the set, but the match.
50 love.
It's 10 straight points on serve for Laukova. It's an incredible turnaround when you consider how tight Appleton was keeping things. Oh, she watched that ball to perfection.
40 love.
Fully on the back foot here. She just hangs out in the right corner and doesn't overplay it. Has hung around long enough to get a few more missteps out of Appleton. And it's making all the difference. Slice serve ace for Laukova, and the world number 818 is one game away from taking this one the distance. A little further from home here, Laukova trains in Prague, but she's certainly starting to get comfortable here at the Shrewsbury club, having worked her way through qualifying. Appleton the same.
Time.
There's a decent setup here in the UK now. Appleton still does some work at St George's Hill with head coach there, Dave Collins. Was out there training actually after Bratislava competition last week alongside world-class doubles player, Grand Slam champion Michael Venus, who's a member at the club. Not a bad place to be, nor is Wimbledon, where she's now a member. Serving to stay in the set here, the home player.
Love 15. Love 13.
And I think this is the first time where Appleton properly feels the scoreboard. First time she served to stay in a set. And maybe where she remembers all the opportunities that slipped away, because she certainly had the steering wheel at one stage in this match, as the victory in the first set reflects. Things have leveled out. Yeah, and that first service never been needed more. That's a clutch response to the deficit. It's going to have to continue though. That's more of the first set fire. Not this time. She has made that ball previously, Laukova. I don't think you saw that, but she just squatted down to the floor. It's about as much frustration as she's shown out here. That's tough. Hasn't clocked as many double faults as her opponent, Appleton. That's only her second, but it is telling of where we are in the match that crops up at that moment. How about double digits on the ace count, though? That is number 10.
Deuce.
As things have worn on, she's steadily become that bit more proactive at the beginning of the points, Laukova, and it gives her that footing for when things go down the wire, and this match just might. Emily Appleton's serve unbroken, but this is a particularly pressurized break point. It's also a set point.
Deuce.
There we go. And it's the kind of thing that 20, 30 minutes ago we were only seeing on the back foot from Laukova when she was down on the scoreboard. Now it makes a mark, it asks a question. And it brings up a second set point. It tells you all about the stakes. It's probably the most neutral miss from Laukova, hence the reaction. But she's getting a look at more second serves, and it's good to see her committing to going after her shots from the get-go and using that shorter angle much more effectively at the back end of this second set, that she has a third chance to put in her pocket.
Yes.
11th ace says no.
Advantage, Appleton. game, Appleton.
That is one heck of a hold from Emily Appleton. 3 break points saved, 3 set points saved, and the straight sets win is still a prospect. Well, she's been waiting a while, hence the length of that game, but it is about time we brought a bit of colour and flavour to these early days of the event at the W100 Shrewsbury. So who better to bring in than someone who has played Emily Appleton indoors and someone who's lifted a trophy here at the Shrewsbury Club. That was 3 years ago at the UK Pro League Finals. That's telling of the scoreboard and what's just occurred. But Sonny Cartel, how does it feel to be here as a WTA champion?
Yeah, it's super nice to be back. Obviously, I've been away from this club for quite a few years now, so definitely coming into this week feeling super confident this week.
You said yesterday that Pro League is pretty much what launched your career. Some of your early matches there were against Emily, and they were all indoors. What do you remember about what she has to offer in these kinds of conditions?
She's tough indoors. You know, she plays such a big ball, and when you take out the weather conditions and you know, you have perfect weather, there's no wind, there's nowhere for the ball to go. I think indoor is definitely her biggest.
Yeah, I think you can just feel the weight of what's on the line here, these two having come through qualifying. First round of a W100, significant points and prize money, and it just got a little scrappier at the back end of this second set. Both players have had some incredible moments. Gotta say that's impressive from Aneta Laukova with the opportunities to break through at such a pivotal moment, having passed her by. It's like water off her back, and she's a different player to the one who started this second set. So once again, she's a game away from taking us right the way down the wire. All right, Sonny, we've got quite a bit to catch up on from since you were last here in Shrewsbury. We can't do the whole career, and I counted, you've won 13 of your 14 pro titles since you won the Pro League finals here in Shrewsbury, which is a ludicrous amount of winning. But a particularly special trophy last month, Monastir, WTA 250, you were a qualifier. I mean, what were your expectations going into that event, and when did you feel like it might be your week?
I mean, the expectations weren't what I came away with. I think as soon as sometimes you go to a tournament, you have a good feeling, and I think as soon as I arrived, playing on the courts, it was super windy, courts were super slow and kind of really bouncy, so I think every kind of, you know, weather condition and court condition suited my game style. So I had a feeling I was going to have a good week, but obviously it's easier to say that than to actually do it.
I've got to say it's impressive kind of how you've proven yourself across conditions this year, because obviously the big result for you ahead of that was third round of Wimbledon grass courts as a qualifier. I mean, that one.
Yeah, I don't think many people thought me on grass would be a combination that goes well, but yeah, I think that was also one of my highlights of the year so far.
50 love.
Having said that, you were back-to-back semi-finalist at the W100 in Ilkley, which was grass courts. I think you were playing yourself down more than anyone else was playing you down.
I think if I keep it hidden that I secretly love grass.
Emily Appleton loves a bit of grass as well, and showed that in Surbiton, last state of the W100 there. And the forehand and the serve that combine so well indoors. Also like that slicker surface, they stay low. And she looks fired up again as she targets a tiebreak here. Narrowly. So from being 3 set points down on separate occasions, Emily Appleton with 2 points for a tiebreak. And that's an angle well manufactured. To a tiebreak we go. I know your top priority right now, Sonny, is not match watching, but I've seen you on the balcony for bits of this. What would you expect from this tiebreak upcoming?
Yeah, I think you know, I've watched parts of the first set, and I think that Emily just needs to play with that freedom that she was playing with in the first set, and really take advantage of her serve in this tiebreak. I think it's been the highlight shot of her.
In court position for Laukova here. She's straight up on top of the court from the word go. That's a really positive first point to transition into this tiebreak, what she's been doing so well herself in this second set. Keep Appleton thinking. Good news for Appleton is that the ace count is cranking back into gear. Getting some cheap points in some big moments. That is very telling, because you'll know Sonny as someone that has faced Emily, that she keeps her feelings pretty much under wraps, and you can't always tell how she's feeling just by looking at her. That's her first reaction, positively or negatively, this whole match. So first mini break for the lefty. And there's been it's a subtle shift, but one that's so evident with the fine margins of now it's Laukova who's really stepping up, taking the ball on the rise and targeting those fine marks. What's at play here? What's going on internally, both sides?
I think this is a nervous tiebreak. You know, I think you can tell that from Emily's reaction. I think she knows that previous point when she did show a little bit of frustration that, you know, she knows that was a huge point. I think they're both kind of a little bit nervy right now.
And right on cue, the double fault, never more telling of that tension in the shoulders. I mean, Sonic, as someone who has previously played break points so well, we saw that many times at the UK Pro League, you rising under pressure. What's the process of that for you? Is it something you tell yourself? Is it just repetition? Like, how do you manage to produce under pressure like that?
I think it's not looking at the scoreboard, it's treating every point as if it's the same point, and I think that you've got to, you know, you've practiced maybe this certain return so many times. You've just got to trust, you've got to trust that, you know, you've hit it millions of times in practice. You've got to trust that, you know, you'll make it on a big point.
Have you ever lost track of the score in a match?
I did in Monastir, actually.
You did?
Yeah, a couple of times.
No, actually, once in the final, maybe. I think I saw, yes.
And in my first round match.
So locked in.
Net. First serve.
Yeah, much needed after the double fault. Down a mini break, that first point on resumption. Calm move from Appleton. That just puts the onus back on Laukova to look after this lead. Not a done deal by some stretch.
Net. First serve.
What was that? Was it just not up to the ball, or just got a little tight in
I think that's a nervous. That's not committing to the ball. It's kind of guiding it and just pushing it along a little bit.
At 5-4.
It's a good immediate reset in the face of that, because the margins have never been slimmer in this match. It took one positive point from Emily Appleton to just see Laukova rein it in a little bit from the fiery aggression that she's been coming through with at the back end of the second set. Two serves here for Appleton. To potentially generate a match point. There's one.
5-0.
And there's two. Bit more freedom on the British side of the net. And with 3 set points having come and gone, how will Laukova shoulder this? It is a first match point for Appleton.
Net. First serve.
clash of the qualifiers is clinched by Emily Appleton. A fiery first set, and she navigated the nerves in the second. There was a lot on the line here, and Aneta Labukova played her part, but it is Appleton who sees herself into the second round. And interesting state of affairs, the top seed, Nuria Parizas-Diaz, has been knocked out by last year's quarter-finalist Simona Waltert. So for Appleton, it'll be a meeting with Waltert for a spot in the second round. 2 matches played and 2 British winners here on the Demos People Arena. We've got another British voice alongside me in the comms box. So before we wrap it up, Sonic Cartel, ahead of the next match, I do have to ask you about your draw, because at the player party last night, which you weren't in attendance for, so you wouldn't have heard, the biggest reaction was to you drawing Hannah Klugman, who is obviously one of the most talented young players in British tennis, and you one of the most informed players in British tennis. So what was your reaction to seeing that?
Yeah, no, I did think that this draw would have a few Brits playing each other at some point, potentially. You know, there's quite a lot of us that are in it, which is obviously super good for British tennis. But no, I'm excited to play. Obviously, no match is easy at all this week. So yeah, I'm going to enjoy the battle tomorrow.
And we're going to enjoy watching it. Thanks, Son. Good to have you here. And we're going to make way for a good friend of yours, actually, and of mine, because Alex Hyman is, he's just disappeared off, but he is going to be guiding us through the next match on Demos People Arena. So we're 2 matches down and 1 singles match to come. That's between another Brit, Ella McDonald, and the number 6 seed, Daria Snigur of Ukraine. We'll be back with that one on the main court shortly.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the Shrewsbury Club here at the Demos People Arena. I'm very pleased to be taking over the mic for this one from Abigail Johnson. It's Alex Hyman here. We'll be back on a little bit later together for the doubles, but for now it's a very exciting prospect on your screen. Ella McDonald taking on the 6th seed Daria Snigur. The Brit, as I said, only 19 years of age, playing only her 5th W100 ITF level event of her career. McDonald is sitting inches below her career high ranking of 443 in the world, arguably having the best few weeks of her career, and what a year she's had. Starting to play a few more professional events now, having transitioned on to the women's side of the game, coming from the junior ranks, where she was playing some magnificent tennis. Daria Snigur on your screen. As I said, the 6th seed this week in Shrewsbury, only 22 years old, which does feel like a bit of a joke because she's been around, it seems, for longer than her age suggests. But born in Kiev, but is now living and training in Warsaw in Poland. As you can see on your screen, currently at a ranking of 119, but has been up as high as 105, so just outside the top 100. She'll no doubt be looking to get up into that top 100 mark by the end of the year if she can, and a good run in Shrewsbury this week would certainly help her on her route to that goal. Now, the Ukrainian is yet to break the deadlock in terms of WTA titles, but boasts a 10 title record on the ITF World Tennis Tour. 2 coming at this level, at the W100, of course. That's the level of the tournament here this week in Shropshire. She had a strong start to the season earlier this year with her first main draw appearance at the Aussie Open. She did lose in that first round, but still went down as a significant achievement for the Ukrainian.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lexus W100 Shrewsbury first round match will be the best of 3 tiebreak sets. To the right of the chair, from Great Britain, Ella McDonald.
McDonald coming off a few weeks over on the hard courts in Europe,
To the left of the chair,
where she was playing a series of 35K events, so a couple of levels below this W100 level this week, but how good was it for her to get some matches under her belt? And she performed actually pretty well, and it's been a big year for her, building on her game, as I said, from the junior ranks. And she'll be looking forward to putting her still fairly raw game to the test once again against some of the world's best players at this level. Some stern competition in her way in Daria Snigur. Snigur herself also coming off the back of a few events over in Europe, making a quarter-final a couple of weeks ago in Gran Canaria. And she'll want a good run here too, as I said. She's not far off her career high ranking. She'll want to put in a good run towards the end of this year. It's been a good building year for the 22-year-old Ukrainian.
End of warm-up.
So here we go then. Young British hope, Ella McDonald. What can she do to upset the rhythm of 6th seed Daria Snigur here? The third match of the day on the Demos People Arena.
Daria Snigur to serve.
Snigur to start us off from that far end.
Play. 15 love. Waltert. Thirty love. Love.
McDonald trying to take the ball nice and early there. Good to see, but maybe not quite finding her timing just yet.
That's game, Snigur. First game.
So a nice, simple hold for Daria Snigur to get her 2024 Shrewsbury W100 campaign underway. A good start from the Ukrainian. Important first service game for Ella here. She'll just want to settle the nerves a little bit. No doubt there will be some butterflies in the stomach heading into this first round encounter, but an important game coming up right now.
Love 15. Yeah,
just a few misses coming early doors in this match from the baseline of McDonald. I think it's important for her to just play herself in. Don't go for too much too early on. That's really nice. First winner of the day from Ella McDonald. Let's have another little look at this one. Beautifully struck backhand down the line. All her body weight through that one.
30-40.
And you can see here as an early break point opportunity arises for Snigur. She's not going to hit McDonald off the court, so McDonald will have opportunities to play herself into this one.
Now it's Snigur.
And it's the perfect start for the Ukrainian. An early break
Snigur
here.
leads 2 games to love.
She'll be delighted with that. Making a lot of balls, making the young Brit play a variety of shots. Just, yeah, as I said, making a hell of a lot of balls early doors.
Love 15. Out. 15 all.
Oh, just beautiful, the way she opened up the court
30-15.
with that backhand a little earlier on in the rally. I'm not sure if we'll see it in this replay. I think this might be the one. It was just before, but the use of the left hand to create the angle and open up the court. McDonald struggled to get herself back in a good position in that point. Really good stuff from the 6th seed.
Out. 14-15.
Not afraid to take on that backhand. Almost ran around her forehand there to opt to hit the backhand and did some serious damage. So let's watch out for that tactic as this match progresses.
Forty-30. Wait, please. Game, Snigur.
Painting the line, Daria
Snigur
Snigur
leads 3
off
games to love.
to a simply wonderful start. She leads the Brit 3 games to love in this first set. She is having a really positive year so far. I mean, where are we? Mid-October now. It's really getting towards the business end of the year for all these players. And what a start to the year she had by making her first Australian Open main draw. She qualified for that event, so 3 matches under the heat in Melbourne. Certainly not a simple task. So she definitely has some mental strength, does Daria Snigur, and of course played the rest of the slams this year, so she has been playing against the top of the top as the Ukrainian, and now it's Ella McDonald to see what she can do.
Love 15.
Oh,
Love 13.
what a return. I mean, the serve wasn't a bad one, was it? Got Snigur almost in the scoreboard there by the cameraman, you can see. And unfortunately, as a result of the serve being so good with that angle, it just created some angle for Daria to hit into, and she did just that.
Love 40. Game, Snigur.
And that will be the double break for Daria Snigur.
Snigur leads 4 games.
4 games to love. She leads in quick fashion here on the Demos People Arena. Ella McDonald not quite settling into this one just yet. Work to do on her part.
Love 15.
I think if you're McDonald, you need to settle down the basics well. I don't think she's done that quite well, just enough. She's not going to be hit off the court by Snigur. Her game style just doesn't use that style of game.
Not up. 15.
The shank will get it done on that occasion. Snigur using each and every part of that racket. Everything's going her way right now.
(30-15).
That's the second time that Daria Snigur has painted the line. She's seeing it really, really well. Beautiful hands, Ella McDonald. Really nice. That's the first time we've seen some real composure on the ball. Saw that there was some space in the forecourt to hit into and came around the inside of that ball really nicely, so it almost veered away from Snigur on the other side of the court. And Snigur giving it right back.
40-30.
Slightly easier to execute that drop shot. She was well inside the baseline there, and McDonald sitting very far deep in the court, but that's really nice from Snigur. She's a player that understands where she is on the court so well.
Game, Snigur.
And is able to often find the right shot at the right time, and the ace coming at a perfect time to see off that game, and she's sailing into a 5-love lead here in this first set over the 19-year-old Brit, Ella McDonald. This year for Ella, it's really been a year of building on her game. She's still so young at just 19 years of age. And getting this experience at this level is only going to do positive things to her game and to her experience as a player. She's only been on the pro circuit for a couple of years, dipping in and out alongside competing on the Junior World Tennis Tour, where she's done extremely well. She's been ranked inside the top 10 in the junior rankings. As she tries to serve out for her first game still in this set.
Love 15. Waltert. Love 30.
Yeah, I'm not surprised there's some frustration starting to kick in to McDonald now. It's been a poor start for her standards. Nice transition to the net.
15-30.
She is a player that volleys well. She had some really strong results on the doubles side of the circuit in the junior ranks. Yeah, and she's made that one too. Really nice court coverage from Ella McDonald. Snigur did so well off the return to get McDonald moving in an area of the court which you don't want to be stuck in all too often. Snigur is utilising her ability to hit that angle just so well so far in this first set. McDonald so far has no answers. It's a first set point for the Ukrainian.
Game in first set, Snigur.
And that'll do it. First blood to Daria Snigur. The perfect start to her 2024 Shrewsbury campaign. A first set which she was able to get 6 consecutive games McDonald yet to get on the scoreboard, but some positive signs a little bit later on in that set. Started to come forward a little bit better was McDonald. But Snigur, you feel, was simply too consistent. She hardly made an unforced error. She was the one dictating the play more often than not. And with that, brought the errors from the rackets of McDonald. So some news from around the other courts here in Shrewsbury. The #1 seed is out. She was down by Simona Waltert, 6-3, 3-6, 6-1. So that is some big news coming from court 1 over to my left of the commentary box. As Daria Snigur looks to continue this impressive form going into the second set.
15 love. Zila. Love. Game, Snigur. New balls, please. First game, second set.
And in a set that Daria Snigur dominated, the first game of the second set continued in that manner. A love hold to start off the second set for the 22-year-old Ukrainian. Like McDonald, Snigur was also an extremely good junior not so long ago. She reached the world #2 ranking in the Junior World Tour. She was a Wimbledon junior champion. Only 5 years ago, which actually is some time ago now, but 2019 doesn't seem all too long ago.
Love 15.
Yeah, and she has performed well in Britain in her career. She seems to like what we have here.
Out.
It was actually in Nottingham at the WTA 250 event that she made her main draw debut back in 2022. That was on the grass courts, of course. And it wasn't long after that debut that she defeated the world #7, Simona Halep, in round 1 of the US Open. What a result that was a couple of years ago from Snigur. Really, really good, Ella McDonald. That's so good to see her coming into the net. She just sort of has a frown on her face, saying to me that she's not quite feeling as well as she would have hoped out there, to be honest. A little limp, it looks like. Let's hope she can find her way back.
Game, Snigur.
Yeah, it's first signs that I'm seeing that maybe McDonald isn't quite feeling physically all too there. She did well to hide it in the first, but now it's starting to become a little more obvious. And when you are struggling with an injury or some sort of niggle, Snigur is not the player you want to be facing, because she just makes ball after ball.
15 love.
And you're not going to get too many cheap points against the consistency of Snigur.
Out. 30 love.
That seems to be where most of the problems come, is when McDonald is pushed out wide into those corners. That's where physically it's the most strenuous.
Out.
Very strenuous out there in the corners, especially on a hard court like this.
Out. 30-15.
It's got to be so physical, and McDonald is a physical player. When she's physically fit, she does move very, very well indeed. Yeah, it's good from Snigur, but I feel that one of those balls a little bit earlier on in the rally just looked to be long, and I feel that McDonald just stopped for a split second thinking that it had gone long. But it was called good, so the rally went on and Snigur continued to dominate from the back of the court. Yeah, just opening it up the court.
Snigur leads 3 games to love.
So well. And what's amazing to me is that she doesn't play with much spin, does Snigur? It's all pretty flat. And that's why I'm surprised she's able to create such good angle off her shot. She's a player with great feel, and yeah, a real showcase of how impressive she is as a player. You see Jeremy Bates and Sonny Cartel watching on. Sonny will get her Shrewsbury campaign underway tomorrow, I believe. So a practice day for her today, and what a year she's having. I'm sure many of you watching
Time.
on today were able to catch a bit of Sonne at Wimbledon this year in her amazing run to the third round. Of course, playing that blockbuster against Coco Gauff on court number 1 at Wimbledon. Eventually losing in straight sets, but put up a really, really good performance against the then world number 2, I believe.
Love 15.
Slotting that one down the line really nicely, but McDonald just almost giving her that line to play with on that pass. McDonald not getting into the net quick enough. Her movement still...
Love
yeah, the
30.
movement is still clearly an issue.
Love 40. (15-14).
Boom, what a serve. Big down the tee. Brings up the first ace for McDonald. She would have liked to have seen a few more of those today, especially given the physical struggle she's going through right now. I do wonder if it is to do with that right knee. You can see it's just strapped up a little bit there. I wonder if that's the problem.
Yes.
3 really, really big serves from Ella McDonald to keep her in with a shot of getting things back on track in this second set. It looks a long way away right now, but there's still hope. You can see the miles per hour on that serve has gone up all of a sudden.
Advantage, Snigur. Let's first serve. Yes.
1-2 punch. Thank you very much.
Advantage, Snigur. Yes.
She's starting to loosen up now. Starting to see a few more winners from the racket of McDonald now, given the scoreline is so in Snigur's favour.
Advantage Snigur.
Snigur holding on to this lead, and you feel that if Snigur is able to break here, that really is too far of a deficit to come back from.
Game, Snigur.
And that'll be that 4-love now in this second set.
Snigur leads 4 games to love.
Another double break in this second set for McDonald to try and do something about. But you feel this might be too big of a lead for Snigur to throw away now.
15 love.
Getting towards the closing stages of the season now. McDonald has played a lot of tennis in the last few weeks.
Let's face it. Love.
That backhand is one heck of a sight when it comes off the strings like that. Beautifully struck backhand from Daria Snigur.
Game Snigur.
Still to drop
Snigur
a single
games
game in this match so far. Some obvious struggles for Ella McDonald from a physical perspective, but for Daria Snigur, it's been a faultless performance so far. As I was saying in the lead up to this one, both have played some serious tennis coming into Shrewsbury. They've both been in Europe playing on the ITF circuit, and McDonald has done well. She's got to a semi-final early on in September at a W35, so a 35k event. Put in a solid week there, making the semi-finals. She then went back-to-back and made the quarter-final in the next week, also in Portugal. Another 35k that was. She then went on to Reims in France, lost in the first round there, and another 35k. So it's been a pretty grueling few weeks for the 19-year-old, and as I just said, she's only 19. This is maybe starting to pay its toll on still a pretty young body.
Waltert. Love.
It's a pretty unlikely, unforced error for Snigur to make, but McDonald will take it.
Love.
that was get out of jail free for Darius Snigur. The drop shot was really, really poor. Almost landed on the service line and had a lot of height to it, but McDonald not doing enough getting up to that one and let Snigur get in down the line. Simple pass for the Ukrainian. Really well done, Ella. Fighting hard in this. She's doing really well to do what she can with what she's got today. And she's managed to work her way to a couple of game points. She's a fighter, that's for sure. I mean, she's held in such high regard with her peers as a real tough competitor is Ella McDonald. There's a couple of chances to get herself on the board, quickly disappear. And we're back at level at juice in this game.
Advantage, Snigur.
I do feel for McDonald, things just haven't gone her way. And having been in with a couple of chances of getting on the board, she's now match points down. But saved, we go on here at the Demos People Arena. McDonald showing some heart here.
Advantage, McDonald. Deuce.
She's been so close to just getting over the line and getting that first game. Always willing her on to get it now. I feel that she deserves at least something to take away from this match.
Advantage, McDonald.
That'll go deep. So another opportunity for McDonald to get on the scoreboard here.
Game, McDonald.
There it is. She puts her arms up to say, finally, I'm on the board.
Snigur leads 5 games to 1.
After 11 consecutive games won by Daria Snigur, McDonald has found a way to get herself on the board.
$15 love.
And she'll be aware, obviously, that she's going through some physical struggles right now. She's been around too long to understand this is what comes with professional tennis.
15 all.
And someone who's helped her and has had a big influence on her, especially around professional sport, is her dad, a former Preston North End footballer, also played for Newcastle. Played in a 1989 FA Cup final for Everton against rivals Liverpool in the Merseyside derby. So I'm sure he'll be there for McDonald to help her along this journey, this long journey that is professional tennis careers. Oh, what a stretch.
30 all.
And even with an outstretched left hand, McDonald was able to find an acute angle on that volley. Really, really well worked from the Ukrainian. The 6th seed has put in a really, really solid performance so far. And she's earned her 2nd match point here.
Out. That's game 7 match, Snigur.
And that will be that.
6 love, 6
Daria Snigur put right a 1st round loss from Gran Canaria last week with an opening win here to end the hopes of up-and-coming Brit Ella McDonald. She was clearly struggling with some knee injury, it looked like. So we'll wish her the very best going forward in what is a long season, still a few weeks to come, but Daria Snigur put in a really, really solid performance nonetheless. She was clinical when it came down to it. Anytime you're able to put in a performance where you're putting together 11 consecutive games against any opponent is impressive. So credit to the 6th seed. She is through to the 2nd round here in Shrewsbury. A good fight from Ella McDonald, but not to be here this week. So that puts an end to singles action here in Shrewsbury today, but still some exciting action to come. We have 2 doubles matches featuring a couple of British pairings. Next up, it'll be Hannah Klugman and Rana Stoiber, an exciting young pair. They'll be taking on Connie Perrin and Valentina Reiser. So that'll be coming up in just a few moments' time.
3 minutes. Two minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, this first round match in Lexus W100 Shrewsbury will consist of 2 tiebreak sets played with no ad scoring and a match tiebreak at 1 set all. Swinging to the left of the chair from Great Britain, Hannah Klugman and Lana Stoiber. Right of the chair from Switzerland, Connie Perrin and Valentina Reiser. Perrin Reiser won the toss and chose to receive.
Well, we are racing through the day on Demos People Arena, the first day of main draw action at the 3rd edition of the W100 Shrewsbury. This, the highest ranking women's event in the UK outside of the grass court season. And this now the stage for, well, certainly the Swiss versus the Brits. We could call this youth against experience. And the experience right now on your screens in Connie Perrin, recently inside the top 100, alongside Valentina Reiser. They take on the teenagers, Rana Stoiber, and to her left, Hannah Klugman, who on the singles court as a 14-year-old last year qualified and made it all the way to the quarterfinals. That was a big story. And we've got some big matches on the table in the first round of action here in Shrewsbury. With you for this match, Abigail Johnson, and alongside me, very pleased to be joined by someone who knows a lot more about playing the sport of tennis than I do. He's shaking his head, but Alex Hyman, it is true.
I don't know if it's all too true, but yeah, I've been on a tennis court maybe longer than you. I mean, that's all I have, I think.
Alex
doesn't mean I'm any good.
Back in the day, took a set off Ben Shelton, who's since been ranked inside the world's top 15. So he's talking himself down here, definitely. Not quite at the heights of Hannah Klugman in his mid-teens, but you've got a resume there. I
mean, yeah, that's a tough one to try and match, given that I don't think anyone in the world is quite up to her standards at her age. Ridiculous what she's been able to do at such a young age so far. And the first time I saw her was last year in Shrewsbury, when she made a real run and had some magnificent results. So yeah, it's good to see her back. And I actually haven't seen her all too much this past year. So it'll be interesting to see the differences of how much her game has progressed in a year.
Well, her singles campaign gets underway tomorrow, but right now it's all eyes on the doubles court, the penultimate match of the day, an all-British pairing still to come. Freya Christie and Beth Gray will be taking on Isabel Haverlag and another Swiss player, Simona Waltert, who knocked out the top seed in the singles. That's Nuria Paris's DS earlier today. So the Swiss duo chose to receive, asking the question of the teenagers early. It is Rana Stoiber, former Junior Australian Open semi-finalist, to get us underway.
Love 15. Love 13.
Well, you can sense already that for the Brits, Perrin is going to be the real problem on this court. Darting around in the forecourt, she didn't strike the ball in that rally, but her doubles caliber and experience outweighs everyone else on the court in this match.
I think often what comes with age, especially on a doubles court, is knowing where to go, but at the right times. And it's clearly something that Perrin has had experience doing for a long, long time.
Well, they knew what they were doing when they opted to receive. 4 chances for the breakthrough here.
But then also, in being a young, a vibrant sort of team up with Snigur and Klugman, it maybe comes with some unexpected play, which can also be a real threat.
Well, that forehand's a weapon for Snigur. Have to say, it's great to see her on court. She's been pretty plagued by injuries recently. She's had a couple of setbacks this season, so she definitely doesn't have the match tightness of the other players on court. The Swiss on the pro circuit, and then Hannah Klugman combining junior and pro competition this year.
Yeah, there's no better way to get match fit by playing both singles and doubles. You know, it might be a completely different game, doubles, but you're still got to be really focused, if not more than singles on a doubles court, because it goes by in a flash.
Well, those break points have still one here at sudden death deuce. Perrin's willingness to get involved in the forecourt, just doing enough to ask the extra question, and that's the early break the Swiss team were looking for. Yeah, Alex, you talk about an interesting dynamic, and you also have it on the Swiss side of the net, because although these two are not a regular doubles partnership, they have a lot of involvement in each other's careers, because Perrin actually, she's kind of part-time coaching Valentina. Valentina's coach official, Alexei Milaiko. I can actually see him from here on the coach's seat court side. But Perrin, she's balancing coaching and competition herself on the doubles circuit. So she's done incredibly to balance coaching Valentina, and was there when she made her qualifying run at Wimbledon to the final round, and has since got herself into the world's top 100 in the doubles rankings, which is some effort.
Great opportunity for her to be on court with her player as well. Not too often you're going to be on the court in a match situation, so that'll be nice for her.
15 love.
She only went and found it.
30 love.
Is that a bit of a misjudgment from the Brits, or just the quality of Perrin?
Yeah, I think good quality from Perrin. Right place, right time, hitting the right volleys. I mean, Rana did really well. Just small showcase of what she has to offer on the athleticism side of things early doors. But yeah, nicely put away down the middle there.
Love.
It's always fine when I'm playing doubles, not to the level of these guys, but it's so frustrating when you have someone that knows how to play the game of doubles. It's almost like they know what you're going to play before you play it, and you're like, how on earth did they know that? But it's because they know the game so well, they know what shots are most likely to be played.
Game.
And that's a pretty seamless consolidation from 23-year-old Valentina Risa. They look pretty relaxed so far, the Swiss pair. They did just previously as well. Actually, I mean, I was staying in close proximity to them during Wimbledon qualifying week, and one thing Connie Perrin said was how much it has helped her to see things from the outside perspective as a coach, then actually going on court and implementing that. Just putting your own advice into play, almost. Seeing how she wants Valentina to respond in situations.
Yeah, that's an interesting sort of topic of conversation, isn't it? Because, of course, there are some coaches that have been previously players, but there are also some really good coaches that haven't been players on the pro circuit, and I find it amazing how they're able to know what the player needs to learn without having played the game themselves.
30 love.
But clearly that's something that's important for her in knowing still to this day, and that's why she's playing these competitions, I presume, is to understand from the player's perspective what it's like, and that in turn helps her be a better coach.
Love. Game.
Well, she's got some stature for her age, Hannah Klugman. Her serve did some damage on this court last year, and it's got herself and Ronna Stoiber in contention in this first round match. So nicely done by the 15-year-olds. And the Brits are on the board, but down a break in this fourth match of the day on centre court.
That's one thing I do remember from last year, just how well she served, Hannah Klugman. She was seriously impressive against the likes of Océane Dodin, who is so tall in stature too, and she was the one that should be serving out matches, but it was actually Klugman who was taking it to her. It was incredible.
Good shout. I believe she took a set in that quarterfinal against Dodin and served out the second set with a game of aces.
Yes, I do remember.
That's unbelievable composure, right?
Yeah, I do remember now. There was actually quite a big thing of it because of course, it's so unheard of to serve a game of aces.
Yeah, Dodin, two-time former champion here in her teens, back when this was a W35, upgraded over the years to elite W100 status.
15 love.
Did it go to a 75K at some point for a few years?
It would have been, it was the equivalent. It was called a 60 at the time, but I think that's same level as a 75. That was just the one time in 2019, and then there was the COVID break. Came back in 2022.
It's really cementing itself as one of the top events at this level on the ITF circuit, isn't it? They do such a great job of creating the event surrounding the tennis, so I'm not surprised that it's maintaining its level at W100.
$30-15.
Connie Perrin can tell you a little bit
30
about the
over.
event this tournament is, because at the player party last night, she did get her warm-up for the double. She got her target practice in on the interactive wall, where she had an unbelievable high score, which another player then beat with about 3 minutes to go before the evening closed, so didn't go down too well. Oh, that's good
40-30.
focus. It was touch and go on the return, whether that had actually landed from Stoiber, but Perrin didn't flinch.
Yes, unbelievable pickup almost on her shoelaces there, and potentially an opportunity for Klugman to cross, but I think it was just a bit too high for her to try and catch that one. So yeah, good composure from Perrin.
Out game. Perrin rising.
A nice combined effort
Perrin
from the
rising
team,
by
and
3 games to
they
1.
keep a hold of that early break advantage. Connie said that the early stages of the rallies were going to be very key, aware of that, particularly the big weapons that Rana Stoiber brings to the table, serve and forehand. And then you've got Hannah there in the forecourt to slam it away.
Yeah, I think Connie's absolutely right. If they do get into exchanges from the baseline, all of a sudden, I think the match turns in favour of the youngsters.
Out. 30 love.
Klugman had a good run at Junior Wimbledon on the doubles draw with Isabel Lacey this year.
Last year,
Last year, 2023.
yeah, but there was another all-British team that made the final, so hence your confusion.
Just too many good doubles pairings
Yeah.
in Great Britain right now.
Well, we just have a very, very good crop of young female players at the moment. A lot of depth.
30-15.
Yeah, that was Hannah Klugman and Isabel Lacey, runners-up at Junior Wimbledon last season, succeeded this year by Mimi Zhu and Mika Stojsavljevic. And if the second of those names sounds familiar, it's because she went all the way to the title in the singles at the US Open last month. Some effort.
Video.
Yeah, some of the junior talent in this country right now is so promising. Just it seems that every slam that I follow, there seems to be a Brit that's gone really far into the tournament.
Yeah, it's good reach from Klugman as Perrin was pushed back there. She's handled herself well in the forecourt. One of the early forehands coming right at her body. She held firm.
Yeah, Perrin's gone at Klugman on the return quite a few times already, but Klugman's looking pretty sharp.
Taking no prisoners. Yeah, just a little high from the backhand, and Klugman stands, I think, at 5'10", 5'11". So if that ball does sit up, she's going to put it away, and she's done so on multiple occasions there, just to keep things tight on the scoreboard. So 3-2 with the break. Connie Perrin and Valentina Risa.
Time.
Well, at the sit down there, you would have seen Alexei Malaika. That is Valentina Reese's main coach, touched down here in Shrewsbury yesterday. More of the same for Risa tomorrow. She's got a Brit in the first round of singles. She's drawn Jodie Burridge.
Let's hope she can find a way to beat the Brits in Britain.
You'd say it's a tough draw, but there's so much depth in this draw. She's got a title to her name on indoor hard courts. Risa in the UK, actually a couple, I believe, back end of last year. I'm going to have to check location, but I believe one was Sheffield.
40-15.
Yeah, I think Sheffield are quite similar conditions to Shrewsbury, so I wouldn't be surprised if she fancies herself a little run here this week.
No, I knew it. Sunderland. I always mix up Sheffield and Sunderland. Sunderland's a little further north, but they are rapid courts in Sunderland, quick. Risa likes a quick court. She's got a good serve. She moves very well on the back foot, so she can use the pace. So a couple of titles in Sunderland for her on the singles court, back end of last year, beginning of this. Her biggest titles to date. Now she's used that first serve really nicely in that game. The Brits starting to get a foothold a little on the return, but the Swiss navigating for the time being, 4-2.
Yeah, the movement continues from the Swiss pair. And that's what really shows when you see a good doubles pair, is just how willing they are to continue their path to moving up at the net.
She's got such good hand skills, Stoiber, and you see it at the back of the court, particularly on the forehand side, but she has options up at the net as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's almost from everywhere she has so many options, because she can flatten out the forehand really well, but she's also got the shape on it that she's able to get so well, because she's able to use her, as you say, her hand skills to create that work on the ball. And that also comes into play at the net too, because you've got to be able to do different things and do different things with your wrist to be able to create angle, to flatten off volleys.
So they're keeping in touch. Reminder that Perrin and Risa chose to receive, broke immediately, and that is what's making the difference right now. Klugman and Stoiber playing their way into this match and keeping it competitive. But Perrin and Risa keeping a hold of the scoreboard for the time being. You won't see a ton on Klugman's resume for pro doubles as things stand. She's very much still getting her pro career up and running, but it's been good to see her commitment to playing doubles as well as singles on the junior circuit. I feel like it's something that is being done a bit more now, and particularly within Britain, where we have so many successful pro doubles players, and particularly on the guys' side, so many men now. You've got Joe Salisbury, Neil Skupski, Henry Patton winning slams. So it sets a good example for the help that discipline can be, the opportunity there, but also the aiding of the singles game too.
Yeah, I think it's a no-brainer when you're still young and fit and you're not struggling too much physically at this time of the season. I mean, in the previous match and in the singles, obviously Ella McDonald was struggling, so if maybe you are struggling physically, then you rule out the dubs, of course, but yeah, when clearly these guys are looking good physically towards this part of the season, yeah, as I said, no-brainer to play doubles. It adds to your game tremendous amounts, and I think coaches in Britain would highly recommend it from what I've heard. And I was actually speaking to Julian Cash the other day, who's had a good few weeks.
Was that a deliberate leave from Stoiber, or I think she hit the deck just to make sure she did leave that?
Yeah, I think she'll put it down to a good leave. She definitely meant that. Yeah, just on that one, I think that's the sort of shot that, give it 2-3 years, she makes, because if Perrin and Risa were to have that shot, you make that approach, you're both at the net and you're dominating the rally all of a sudden. You've got the advantage when you're both up at the net, so it's so important to make that approach, otherwise it's a missed opportunity.
Just flying for Perrin a little bit in this game, and you've got to credit Klugman and Stoiber for keeping the pressure on just by keeping pace and getting themselves involved in more of the games. The first really testing moments on the serve for the Swiss team. Nice interception from Risa. Could more have been done there?
I was just thinking, I wish Klugman would have gone after the return from Stoiber, because it was such a good return. The Swiss were put on the back foot, and if she just saw it a second earlier, yeah, for sure she could have put that, had a nice volley. And
oh, take a bow, Rana Stoiber. Talking of the court craft and the hand skills, how about that finish? And the smile. And the break back.
yeah, the volley to set it up was not an easy volley. It was so low for Stoiber to try and do something with, but she put it in the perfect position to set up the next volley and almost sent the Swiss both running the wrong way.
was a smooth approach. The Swiss getting themselves set in the forecourt.
Yeah, good awareness just to see that Stoiber was clearly going to take one hand off and slice that one, and then of course she's going to have to hit up when you're slicing from that area of the court.
That's 15-0. $15-13.
Oh my goodness. Everyone take a bow. Proper doubles points out here.
15-14.
Felt that almost everyone had hit a shot in every part of the court in that one. It's almost crisscrossing everywhere. But yeah, signs of a great doubles point if that's happening.
Yeah, it's a couple back-to-back of extended rallies that have gone Perrin and Risa's way, so a bit of a pendulum swing.
$30-14.
All credit to the return of Valentina Risa, because that was a bullet down the tee from Stoiber that she locked right into, used the pace. It's a very classy back end of the game from Perrin and Risa, and it means that the break of serve is back in hands. They'll look to put the lid on this opening set. And I think that shows a little bit, Alex, kind of she's highly competitive and she's focused and she's got bucket loads of knowledge, Connie Perrin, but there's kind of a relaxed mindset that she brings to the game that's not as common with her perspective coaching as well as playing, and she still does want to be inside that top 100 and contending for titles. She's targeting her 30th pro doubles title this week, which is some feat. But they could have been frustrated there when they were broken back for 4-all, and her forehand was starting to break down a little bit, and they stayed relaxed and they were enjoying the points and the good process of what they were doing. And it means that they're straight back where they want to be. And she's
Love
pretty
15.
venomous, Klugman, when the ball's coming in at her in the forecourt.
Yeah, there's no holding back. Even that when that ball is coming at some serious pace, she still goes forward to it. She goes to meet it. And I'm not surprised that,
13.
you know, she's looking very happy on court, Perrin, and I think that might be due to having that safety net of being the coach that she is, but also playing, as you've been saying. It's nice to know that this match isn't the be-all and end-all. She's got that safety net of that other side of her income, if that makes sense. I think
15-13.
I know certainly when I was playing, I felt like every match was so important, and that was going to be the be-all and end-all if I was, you know, to win or lose that match. Whereas she's playing for a bigger meaning. It feels out there. There's more to it than just this match.
There's really little hesitation now for both the Brits to get involved in their forecourt. They're seeming to find their footing and their feel that much better.
Yeah, there's definitely been a shift for the Brits now, trying to find some more ball up in the forecourt. There's definitely been a shift there, and they're seeing some more success now.
For service.
I think that was a let, not a fault.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Game.
Yeah, Stoiber's approach there, forcing Risa to do the adjusting, get under the ball.
5 games on.
I love that final volley. Like that final volley had the incoming ball had no pace, but you could see the legs just spark so much for Klugman to create the pace off a nothing ball coming into her. So yeah, that was a really impressive volley, I think.
Proper contest here.
15 love.
Yeah, good to remind as well that this is, by all accounts, a first-time matchup for Klugman and Stoiber in terms of playing alongside each other. They've each played with a lot of different Brits, but not with each other, so that there would have been those few games of getting into a groove with it as well. Seems a lot more fluid at the back end of this set than it was in the opening few games.
Played.
And very tight to the net there, Stoiber, to get the impact.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they might have just needed a few games to get used to each other on the court. Obviously, they know each other fairly well, so I think that process is sped up quite a lot because they have that friendship.
It's a pretty venomous hold of serve from Hannah Klugman and Rana Stoiber. Really impressive stuff at the back end of this set from the British pair. Very little in it, and Perrin and Risa, who've served for the set, now have to serve to stay in it.
I often wonder, I was just looking ahead to tomorrow's order of play, and obviously Klugman features on that in getting her singles match underway. And I often wonder how the players feel in playing a doubles before they start their singles campaign. I don't know if you've heard much of the players' thoughts on that yet, Abigail.
I guess it depends how you're feeling physically. You alluded to it earlier in this match in terms of, are you carrying something, are you confident in your body? If you are, you've got to like it, right? I mean, it's an opportunity to play your way into the conditions and just kind of feel like you're adjusted and accommodated ahead of, I mean, what is going to be a big match for Klugman. She's defending quarterfinal points here, and she's playing one of the British competitors of the moment in Sonet Cartel. It's going to be an intriguing matchup, that one. But here in the present, Connie Parent serving. They just seem to have found the front foot, Klugman and Stoiber. Everything's forwards and focused.
15.
Yeah, all of a sudden they seem like the more experienced pairing now. They seem to be one step ahead. They're the ones moving forward off their volleys.
$15 all. Out 30, 15. Out. Video.
I mean, what's Perrin saying there? A little close to the ball?
Yeah, I think she maybe decided to go down the line a little bit late there. So then it meant that she wasn't quite in position to hit it and therefore was a little bit close. So yeah, I think you're right, and it was just due to the late decision making possibly. And all that's brought about by the movement now that Stoiber is starting to put on the court alongside Klugman.
It feels like they're hitting every possible mark on the perimeter of this court right now. Stoiber in particularly mixing things up. And it's the Perrin serve that was broken first. Oh, that's an unbelievable steal for the set. A set that Rana Stoiber and Hannah Klugman turned around in style. They trailed by a break for some time, but they break through to take it. 7-5 and serving heading into the seconds. Alex, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, so good. Having been a breakdown early on, and they weren't looking bad at all. It was just the Swiss were the ones on the front foot. They were the ones dictating the play, but the Brits did so well to turn that around. And given the fact that they're still so young and they wouldn't have had much experience on a doubles court yet, it's really impressive that they were able to turn that set around, and they finished it off in style, as we just saw there from Stoiber.
Yeah, I think it's particularly key for Stoiber with the match time that she's lost this year to be able to get out here on the doubles court. And look, these two knew what they were up against. Never played Stoiber or Klugman before, but they know, you know, two young girls, good energy, tall girls, capable of creating good power. Klugman particularly with the serve, Stoiber with that forehand as well. And I know Klugman's been continuously stepping it up off the ground over the last couple of years. So this won't be a shock to them that the other two, essentially, they raised their level. There was maybe a bit of a drop-off on the Swiss side, but probably more about Stoiber and Klugman picking things up.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think it was too much about a drop in level from the more experienced pair, let's call them. But yeah, I do feel it was more about the British pairing upping their level. So that's what we want to see, right? We don't want to see drops in level. We want to see the level, getting better and better as the match progresses, and that's exactly what we're seeing. So I think we're in for a good second set.
Yeah, good opportunity to maintain that form now for the Brits with the balls coming onto Rana Stoiber's racket.
Second
and she's
set,
made good use of that of late. She might have graduated, if you like, from the junior game, but Stoiber's kept herself on the radar. She won the British Tour Masters at Loughborough last December.
30 love.
She had some good, particularly singles Grand Slam results as well at the back end of her junior career. She took the Wimbledon champion out of the US Open in 2022, I'm going to say. And that same
30,
year,
15.
no, it was 2023, semi-finalist at the Australian Open, which was a highlight result. Do you know who she lost to?
Absolutely no idea.
A player who
I'm hoping you do.
Rocketed up the rankings on the Pro Tour from there on. It was Mira Andreeva.
40-15.
Who's just played her first professional match against her sister.
Correct.
Last week.
Yeah. Good knowledge.
Did Mira get the win?
No, she lost.
Yeah.
But that's how it tends to go when, you've got one of the sisters or siblings is higher ranked, but then the sibling who knows everything about their strengths and weaknesses comes in. Went for it. But that ball is flying now. And Klugman and Stoiber are loving it. Loving life out here on the Demos People Arena. So the first set in the bag and the first game wrapped up in this second set.
So for context, how, in terms of age differences between the Andreeva sisters and these two, do you know?
Which two?
And Stoiber and Klugman, how similar in age are they?
I think it's a couple of years between Mira and Erica. And then Klugman's 15 and Stoiber would be 19 now. So a little more.
Yeah, I was just interested to understand, how far Klugman and Stoiber are off from the likes of the Andreeva sisters, who one of which obviously is doing really, really well on the tour now.
Well, something else you often see is actually the younger sibling who has a target in the older sibling coming through and achieving maybe a little more. We saw that with Serena Williams, most notably, and then Mira Andreeva looking to do the same thing. Hannah Klugman is the youngest of four sisters, and she's the one that's taking the pro route. The others played. Can benefit as the younger sibling. Helped by the net cord, but saw the gap, Stoiber. She is consistently reading the play so well right now.
Yeah, she did get a little bit lucky, but the shot choice was perfect, and it paid off. Yeah, again, did well to sort of stick to her ground on the first volley, because when a forehand is lined up from Klugman coming straight at your body, yeah, it's probably not a sight you want to see all too often, but yeah, stuck her ground well there.
Yeah, I think this is where there's a little more on Perrin's shoulders, because it's Risa serving. She's very much the leader of this partnership. She's the doubles specialist, and she's the coach as well. So she wants to insert herself and get involved where she can to take a little bit of that pressure off. That's very much on Risa right now at a set, and break point down here. But Klugman finding a way into that space nicely and continuing that run of form from the opening set. Really impressive still from the teenage pairing.
Yeah, I feel that either way this match is going now, the Brits have the option of pretty much everything. Because they're now winning, as well as the baseline exchanges, they're winning the net exchanges too. So there's not too many places for the Swiss to go now. And it's interesting you saying about the sort of coach-player relationship on a doubles court, because often there is within a partnership a leader and someone who tends to follow the way in which that leader wants to play the point. And so, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the sort of relationship on court works quite well for the Swiss pairing, because you know it's already sort of set out in stone for them.
Yeah, but this is where it is an interesting one, because although they have familiarity with each other as people, they're not regular doubles partners. Perrin and Risa, Connie switching up her partners quite a lot, and Valentina, while she has a couple of good doubles titles to her name this year, more focus on the singles. So I'm guessing there would have been a little adjusting on both sides of the net, although more so for the Brits.
Choose deciding point, receiver's choice.
Okay, well, it's doubles format, so this is a break point and a real opportunity for the Swiss to stem the tide.
Yeah, this is a huge point, because if it goes the Swiss way, then we're sort of back level in the second set and the match could go either way. If it goes the Brits way, you know, this match could be done and dusted in 10 minutes. So that's a huge point.
And I wonder if the Klugman serve just felt that a little. There was a double fault in there from the 15-year-old, and the second serve that was taken advantage of at the finish line. So where does it go from here? It could go anywhere. Back on serve in the second set. And that's what's so intriguing, Alex, about doubles, right? Because with the format and with the dynamic of it and the nature of how the points are played, you can be getting dominated. I mean, Stoiber and Klugman have been rolling through the past few games, but you get a couple of points that go your way in the right moment, and suddenly you're right back there, and it feels completely different immediately.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what is so good, I think, about the doubles format. I really like it. I think it makes it really exciting. I know some people potentially used to think that when the doubles was long juice, you know, full third sets, it maybe went on a bit long and maybe the crowd wasn't as enticed as it should be on a doubles court, because doubles should be exciting. Like, it's quick, it's fast paced, and the format now allows for that more. So I think that's a really good thing. And I'm sure the Swiss will be liking the format now too, because yeah, they're able to get that sudden death juice point, and all of a sudden they're well back in this set, and this match could go either way.
Still a key game though, got to back up the break. Well, that's a nice start.
Love. 40 love.
Yeah, that one-handed backhand is a really nice shot, but when it is tested like that and Klugman goes hard and fast-paced into it, that's where you can see it maybe starting to falter a little bit. So, yeah, I haven't seen that too much in this match yet, them sort of targeting that. She's been able to hide it quite well so far.
The immediate serve and volley just robbing a bit of time, and
2 games over.
held a position well there, Connie Perrin. So that is 2 games on the bounce, and they'd gone by winning the points they did to get back on serve. They'd done the majority of the job, but to start building in their own direction rather than just stopping the Brits in their tracks, that's when things can really start to swing, when they've started building momentum rather than just stalling it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what do they say? It's only a break once you've
backed it up.
Yeah, backed it up. So yeah, they've done that now, and now they're really, really starting to shift momentum. But I'd say now it's sort of back on a level playing field, so it's still really important for them to continue building on that break and that hold just then.
Love. 30 love.
God, she's so skilled, Snigur. Really is. Seems to have most shots in the book already. And they're being put to great use here on the doubles court. This one is feeling pretty 50-50 again on serve in the second set.
She never felt like she was rushed in that point, and it's so easy to feel rushed when you've got two players at the net who are good volleyers, and you've got half a court to slot the ball into. Sometimes it's easy to snatch at a shot or make the wrong decision, but she just calmly chiseled those few forehand slices in, put it in the right spot, and then found the right time for Klugman to finish off a volley. And yeah, that was really, really impressive, actually.
Time.
At this point, I'd probably ask you if you're leaning in either direction, but I don't want you to throw that question back at me, so I'm just going to rest it for the time being.
Yeah, thank God for that.
Still a pretty meaty portion of the set. I think there's a lot still to go down.
Yeah, it's a nightmare predicting doubles matches. Absolute nightmare.
Forward movement again. But Connie Perrin can tell you a bit about that, because she was one half of the top-seeded team at the W75 in Bratislava, also indoors last week, quarter-finalists. They lost 6-4, 5-7, 10-12, match tiebreak. It's a coin flip sometimes at the back end of that match tiebreak.
Love 30.
Yeah, it's a brutal game at the best of times. Yeah, and that's heartbreaking, but yeah, I mean, she would have been happy to make that 75 final, I'm sure. And as much as it is heartbreaking to lose those finals, it's almost like you can't be too down because you're so close, and that you win some, you lose some, and those ones come about all too often. But yeah, if you were to get too down, I mean, be a nightmare getting up for the next match.
Yeah, they've taken some confidence from that previous service hold. Right back on it on the return.
You could see her lining up that angle, just didn't quite get round the ball enough, and yeah, she was annoyed at herself with that miss.
(30-14).
Valentina Risa, MVP. She gets the bows from her partner for a reason.
Receiver's choice.
She had to play every single ball there from, I mean, powerful shots from the other side of the court.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was almost 3 or 4 volleys where you heard the racket smash against the floor of, you know, the court surface, because they were such tough volleys and they were all making them and producing such good shots off them.
Still a break point, despite 3 saved at sudden death deuce. Oh, just closed the gap. Well, hats off to Risa. She really did up the ante from love 40 when Klugman missed that backhand cross court. It almost felt like she'd been let off the hook a little bit and put the foot on the gas.
Yeah, that's seriously impressive from love 40. They almost just dialed in for those next 4 points. So we're not going to give anything cheap. We're going to do the basics well. And just in that last point there, you could see there's evidence, just so solid from the baseline.
Well, 15. At 15 all.
Oh, she's found it.
I think Stoiber thought that was going long, because I think she could have reached that.
Yeah, I wondered if it was obviously Klugman's rocks onto the back foot because the volley's been left, but just a slight misjudgment. It was a forehand with a lot of whip on it. So.
Did Waltert hit a winner off that volley, because there wasn't much space in the court, but it just stopped dead. Got so much, I think must have been some good backspin on it.
Some good movement on that serve. She needs a little more security on it, Klugman. She, I think, was the serve that was broken back earlier in the set.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Game.
And just as we're talking about turning of the tide and how quickly the pendulum can swing, look at these two from 2-3 and love 40 down, 4-3 out in front with the break, liking their prospects. We're taking this to a match tiebreak.
Yeah, I was just thinking before how there's been sort of multiple chances now for Klugman and Stoiber to really take a hold of this match and finish it off. You know, it was chances earlier on in this set to go, I'm not sure, did they go 2-love up? And then
they went 2-love.
And then chances for a double break and 3-love, and they didn't quite manage that. And then you know, they've regained the break and still haven't quite managed to sort of see off the match yet. And with those chances, every time they don't sort of take advantage of them, it gives more opportunities for these guys to get back in the match, and that's exactly what they've done. So they've done well to do so, but maybe have been given the opportunity a little bit too much.
Time.
And that's why in doubles, more than any discipline, you talk about good energy and being present and staying upbeat, because you don't know when your opening is going to be. You've just got to be ready for when it might occur. And you feed off each other in that department as well.
It's 15 love.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest things that they coach, especially at a young age. It's one of the fundamentals that you can do. No matter how good you are, you can give good energy on the court. And so it's a fundamental that every doubles pair has got to have. And I think, yeah, both pairs have been pretty. Have been pretty high energized out there. They've both looked pretty happy. You know, there's been some laughs in and around changeovers and stuff, and I think that helps.
It does feel to be swinging again in the Swiss direction. I've got a question for you, Alex, on that previous point. That energy from both sides of the net, has it been better for either player when they're in a losing position? Because it's good to keep good energy when you're kind of level out in front.
Yeah, I think. Do you mean who's given the better energy from a losing
Correct.
standpoint?
Much of a muchness?
I think it's been pretty equal. But actually,
40-15.
Having gone a breakdown early in the first set, the Brits, they've actually pretty much since that been in front the whole way through. So, yeah, I'd probably give it to the Swiss. They've been better from behind. They haven't really, you know, if you look at these two, have no idea of the score, you wouldn't know they're behind, and that's exactly what you want from a doubles pair. You don't want to give anything away.
Maybe a little surprised, Stoiber, by how lightly that volley came in from Riso. Just got it all wrong. But this is why I asked the question. This is what I'm looking at in this position. I wondered if you'd say the Swiss team, because now less looking technically over at the Brits, who've shown that they're capable of some really ferocious stuff, and like, how do they handle themselves in this position? Because they were never blown away in the opening set. There was, I don't know if there was this 2-game deficit. They were keeping themselves like uptight on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think they'll be fine, and I think they don't seem like the type to get too down on themselves. And what will help is the fact that, you know, traditionally and fundamentally they are singles players, and this is more an add-on to their singles career when they play doubles. And so there isn't that pressure and that worry of feeling like they're letting themselves down too much, because it is a little bit more light-hearted for them. So I think that will enable them to continue to be happy on court, to not get too down on themselves.
Out. 30-15.
And that's rare, a lot of power on the stretch. And to be honest, there's been a heck of a lot more good than bad out here anyway.
yeah, there's not too much that they've done wrong. You know, they're down in this set now, but I wouldn't be able to put my finger on too many shots that they've really scuffed up. And that's been a trend in this match. It's just been pretty good doubles all round.
Faults. 30 all. Juice. Deciding point, receiver's choice.
It's the first game from the server, whoever that may be, that I've seen a couple of double faults. The serving, for the most part, has been pretty good. It's the first sign of maybe a few tired legs.
Well, this is set point. Won't be taken. That's the reach of Hannah Klugman once again, stepping up under scrutiny. And so if the Swiss are to wrap up the second set, they'll have to do it the hard way, serving for it after they sit down. But that is question answered. I mean this duo served for the opening set, didn't get across the line. There's a bit of confidence for the Brits to build on, having come through that tight moment there. And we asked the question of, would the energy stay the same? More or less did, in terms of how they were carrying themselves.
Yeah, it did, for sure. Is what I actually expected is for them just to carry on as they have been, still continue having fun out there. I think they're just getting some coaching advice. And it's the perfect time to try and implement some new stuff with your game as well, because, as I was saying, it doesn't quite have the same pressures as the singles court. So, yeah, it's the perfect time to try some new things out.
Yeah, that was Ben Harron in the blue for Hannah Klugman, has been alongside her for some time. You know, he just looked back then as if he heard his name mentioned. Maybe I've got to take my voice down. I'm overthinking it. But no, he was here for that run to the quarters last year.
First service.
I think they heard a let.
Yeah, I think eventually everyone agreed that it was a let. So came to an agreement. The slice was such a good one because it stayed so low, made the volley difficult. And she used her momentum into the court to good effect with that next volley.
I think this is what they were missing the last time they served for the set, and it was Arisa on that occasion. That strong start, that bit of a cushion on the scoreboard. Oh, she's gone down. No, she's smiling though, just a trip, I think.
Yeah, it didn't sound good at all because I think of wood behind that branding there, but
T15.
Well, it's good mindset from Klugman. That's not the first time under real pressure, set point pressure, that she hasn't hesitated to get involved in the forecourt.
yeah, she did well to read it. I don't think there was too much disguise on that slice. It was fairly obvious she was gonna stick one cross court, but yeah, it's good for Klugman to get that because
Game and second set.
All right, it is going down the wire. And credit to this pair because the Brits came into set two on a roll. They had the momentum from the back end of the first. They had two love in the seconds. And Valentina Risa and Connie Perrin put their feet down when it was most required. A bit of a back and forth set, and they come out on the right end of it. Match tiebreak to decide who progresses to the quarterfinals here at the W100 Shrewsbury.
yeah, these guys were so close from really having no way back into this match. And as you said, they did so well at the most crucial of stages to get the point.
It's half chances, isn't it? I mean, they were love 2. They were also, lest we forget, 2-3 love 40. That was when the Klugman backhand cross court just didn't quite clear it. And from there, the Swiss took it up a couple of gears.
That's right, the one that we thought maybe would have go dipped cross court, yeah. Yeah, it's those ones where really the correct shot might be to just go back down the middle because it's the safer shot, it's the one with more margin. But because she was love 40, I would have done the exact same thing. It looks like slightly the better shot. You maybe get a bit of fan reaction from the crowd if you make that, but she missed it. And now we're in a champs tiebreak. So those are the margins.
Yeah, that's doubles, isn't it? I mean, it took the other team to make that
Final
costly
set,
in and of itself.
Maybe
Not the biggest misstep, but it was made to count by the level from the opposition. So here we are, match tiebreak. I mean, there's been a lot of coming and going and balancing out, but how much does it count now, do you reckon? The familiarity with that match tiebreak format at pro level on the other side of the net from the British pair.
Yeah, I think it's really important. They would have had the experience of this before. As we were saying, Stoiber and Klugman haven't played together before, therefore they wouldn't have obviously played a match tiebreak before. So this is a first for them. That's going to really play into the favour of the Swiss.
Oh my goodness, reactions were tested there. Ultimately, Perrin did well to offer the extra ball, but Stoiber with the security, the serenity to just find that court.
Yeah, she's continuing to be so calm in tight moments and just play the right shot. Never looks rushed. Seeing some really, really good doubles now.
Yeah, I think for the most part, the quality has been, particularly when you consider it's two teams coming in that are not regular doubles pairings. It's been a lot of good stuff out on court for a first round match as well.
Not the player I would have thought to make the first error in that point.
Keeping it interesting.
Yeah, we don't know what we're going to get next.
Well, that's why we didn't call it. What was it, 3-2 in the second set? At that point, you would not necessarily have expected it to swing the Swiss way, and it did.
Out. 3-2, Goodwin Stoiber. Out. 3-all.
Oh, she'll like that heading into the change events.
Yeah, I'm glad for her that dropped out, because if it had dropped in, that would have been 3 consecutive points that they would have lost pretty much solely down to her. So I'm glad that she's sort of put a stop to those points, that she was sort of letting her partner down in a way.
It's interesting because you mentioned, Alex, the one-handed backhand a little earlier, and yet for Perrin today, it seems to be the forehand where she's struggled more, and the word on the ground seems to be that these courts are playing quite quick. I just wonder if, with two very powerful players, that's just the pace of play going into that wing and misjudging it a little.
Yeah, not too sure, to be honest. Yeah, quite possibly. I'm not sure exactly. They were coming from Slovakia.
Yeah, Bratislava.
From last week, and yeah, takes a couple of days to adjust to the court. So quite possibly that's the reasoning for a few mistimed forehands.
But it's interesting there that Risa was so quick to try and intercept with the ball coming back at the forehand.
5-3.
Yeah. Just trying to disguise maybe some feelings she's having in that shot today. I guess you've just got to work with what you've got on any given day, and the ways round that might be certain tactics that.
6-3, Goodwin Stoiber.
Yeah, that's the thing, As I was saying, like, every time you step on the court, you might be feeling something different. It's pretty rare that you're feeling the same on a tennis court day after day, so.
Fault.
it's not done and dusted, but you felt like that was a
7-3,
big
Schmiedlova.
point with the run of 3 points against them there. And then Risa's has got a good serve, the opportunity to just stop the flow a little bit.
Yeah, that was a tight volley. You could sense that just the way it came off the strings and it flew long. I think she's feeling a bit tense, possibly.
Let's for service.
Oh, she's come up clutch there.
7-4.
Yeah, she recovered so well there, because the first volley I don't think was quite as good as she would have hoped for. But then cut underneath the ball really well on the second.
Felt like a lifesaver of a volley.
It's not an easy volley.
Yeah, so locked in that I don't think they quite realised it was time to change ends there, these two. But I mean, we don't have official stats on this, but it feels like, particularly, I don't know, on the Stoiber serve, when it comes to putting quick points to bed, it's the Brits that have done that with a little more consistency, kind of keeping it clipped to that serve and volley.
Yeah, and especially when Stoiber is serving Klugman at the net, she's just a bit that much taller and can cover it a little bit better. I think that's the better formation for that pairing. For the Brits.
8-5. Klugman, Stoiber.
Yeah, just on that occasion, didn't find the first serve, didn't have that same intensity. It can be a bit of a game changer, so it's still live, this one. Just sense a quite a big difference between 9-4 and 5-8 serving. Oof, it's gone long.
9-5.
Yeah, when you're down, you know, a significant deficit in a tiebreak, that doesn't quite seem to be the right shot to go big down the line, especially when Stoiber, there was no chance of her moving on there.
Game, set a match. Klugman, Stoiber.
That's a victory well done by the British teenagers. Some spectacular moments in this one, and there was a bit of chop and change, but the front foot tennis from Hannah Klugman and Rana Stoiber, deeply impressive at times. Klugman, a player who's been ranked inside the junior top 10 in the world in doubles this season, and Stoiber with transferable hand skills and courtcraft that ultimately coupled together nicely for the match tiebreak victory over two players who know their way around a doubles court in Valentina Risa and particularly Connie Perrin.
Yeah, I'm just so impressed given the fact that it's the first time in a competitive match on the women's ITF circuit that they've come together on a doubles court and have put in a performance like that. It's so impressive, and yeah, the way they gelled, the way they sort of came together after maybe a slightly rocky start, and then they didn't really look back, even though it was a fairly topsy-turvy match in terms of momentum shifts. We discussed that a little bit earlier on, but the way they were able to stick together throughout that was really, really impressive, and both have such good hand skills. They both offer something slightly different. Maybe Klugman has the more powerful game. Stoiber then complements that with some nice feel around the net. But yeah, so good to see. And yeah, they could go on a little run in the doubles here. Never mind the singles.
Yeah, offering some lucky fans some autographs there. So that is Klugman and Stoiber moving through. Perrin and Risa contributing to a really entertaining doubles clash. The winners here last season, Harriet Dart and Olivia Gadecki, both done some significant things wider scale on the WTA circuit. So the doubles tournament won the previous year, by the way, by Marketa Vondrousova and Miriam Kaladzeeva. So it's got a decent honor roll for doubles here at the W100 Shrewsbury. And in the next match on court, there will feature players who have gone all the way to triumph on the doubles court here in Shrewsbury in years gone by, alongside each other this time. Freya Christie and Beth Gray as the number 3 seeds. They will take on Simona Waltert and Isabel Haverlag, and we'll be back with you for that one when the players are on court. Fun match that.
3 minutes. Two minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, Lexus W100 Shrewsbury first round match will be the best of 2 tiebreak sets using no advantage scoring and a 10-point next tiebreak at 1 set all. To the left of the chair from Great Britain, Sarah Beth Gray, Freya Christie. To the right of the chair from Netherlands, Isabel Haverlag. From Switzerland, Simona Waltert. Christy Gray won the toss and chose to receive.
Well, for the final time today, welcome back to the Demos People Arena. 4 matches played, 1 still to come. And for the second successive doubles match, it features an all-British pairing and 2 faces very familiar to the Shrewsbury club on your screen. Freya Christie reached the singles final here at W35 level as a teenager to really announce herself on the pro scene. She's alongside Beth Gray, multi-time doubles champion on these courts. And they're teaming up, aiming to get the better of the Dutch-Swiss pairing of Isabel Haverlag to the right of your screen. And in the bright green, having a bright day, Simona Waltert took the top seed out of singles competition earlier today. 3-setter against Nuria Parizas Diaz, so she might just feel played into things ahead of this first round doubles match. Abigail Johnson with you alongside Alex Hyman. Alex, it was a pretty good previous doubles match with teenage British pairing Hannah Klugman and Rana Stoiber edging the win in the match tiebreak.
Yeah, it was really good quality, I thought, throughout. We were saying how well both pairs were gelling. I mean, of course, we had the coach-player relationship on one side, so that was an interesting dynamic to sort of explore. And then we had the young British pairing that eventually came through in really impressive fashion and are into the quarters. And we both know how good they are on a singles court, but to see them show some really good form early on this week on the doubles court was really exciting. So I think, yeah, it's going to be a good week on both the singles and doubles front. And yeah, the few that are left, we've still got some decent numbers watching this final doubles match. So I think they'll enjoy this final doubles match coming up.
Yeah, always a well-supported event. The W100 Shrewsbury enjoying its 3rd outing. This is the first day of main draw competition coming to a close. And to bring the curtains down on the Demos People Arena, number 3 seeds, Freya Christie and Beth Gray, taking on Isabel Haverlag, champion in Bratislava at the weekend, and teaming up with Simona Waltert.
First set, Simona Waltert to serve. Play. 15 love.
And of course, we're under no pressure whatsoever, Alex, because Bella Haverlag did not come up to us on the balcony 5 minutes ago and tell us to commentate well. So, you know, no pressure on our shoulders up here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's worse, commentating or playing. It's, equal amount of pressure right now.
Out. 15-30.
Simona Waltert, actually the holder of the biggest doubles title on court not last season, 2021, triumphant at a WTA event at home in Switzerland. That was on clay courts. I find it interesting, Alex, that she's had some of her best career results, Waltert, on clay, because she's got such a clean, fluid strike both sides. You wouldn't necessarily match the way that she hits her shots to the surface of clay, I don't think. But that was also the surface where she got her first ever top 10 win in singles, saving match points against Danielle Collins a handful of years ago. Oh, she almost saved it. I think that's something that's understandable when, I mean, Haverlag went the distance in Bratislava last week, different partner. It's just that adjustment phase of reading each other, reading the game.
Yeah, it may just take a couple of games to get used to, just like we were talking about in the previous match, but like you say, normally if they're coming together, they know each other quite well off the court, so hopefully that process is fairly quick once they get on court.
It was a fairly quick process in saving the break point, nicely handled by Waltert, who came through a seesaw one against Parizas Diaz. It was a 3-setter, dropped the middle set. It was on a different court, so that there was also a comment, Alex, earlier that the courts play slightly differently. I think you might have experience of this as a player, that courts in different positions, different surroundings slightly can just play in a slightly different way.
Yeah, I think the centre court, obviously the court we're on now, it's pretty open, whereas court 1, where Simona was playing a little bit earlier, is a little bit more enclosed, it feels like. I was watching a little bit. Yeah, I don't know if that played I don't think it maybe played a part in the match itself, but a feeling of going from court 1 to centre for Simona now, yeah, it made feel a bit strange.
15 love.
It was interesting catching a little bit of the end of that match, because they both play pretty flat, Simona and the Spanish top seed, which is rare to see from a Spaniard, you know?
Yeah.
I was expecting sort of a grinder from the back of the court, playing with a lot of spin, but actually played even flatter than Simona did, which is something in itself.
Now this is an interesting matchup because both Beth Gray and Freya Christie have been triumphant in years gone by on these Shrewsbury courts, but not alongside each other. Beth Gray on the 2 occasions with Liv Nichols in 2016 and 2018. Freya with Harriet Dart in 2017. Two Shrewsbury OGs.
The real OGs. Yeah, Liv Nichols has gone on to do some great things so far this year, hasn't she?
British #1, cracks the top 50. Biggest WTA title of her career.
14-15.
She's partnering Laukova.
Yeah, they're having a really good run at the moment. They've certainly found a working matchup. It was actually Beth Gray years ago that was consistently partnering Nichols on the ITF circuit. Yeah, they had some good success, title runs.
Game. Christie
Probably
Gray.
encouraging for her to see what she can achieve on the doubles court. She's had some highlight moments herself. Another title at the weekend for Gray, and some moments on the big stage as well. I remember, I don't know if she got the win, but definitely played in a pretty high-profile mixed doubles match featuring Venus Williams back in the day at Wimbledon. And
Isabel Haverlag to serve.
yeah, there's a lot of potential where doubles is concerned for the British players coming through with some force.
Yeah, Nichols was played for a while with Liz Barnett, who I believe Isabella played with a little bit recently. Is that right?
I think Bella's played with pretty much every Brit she could.
30 love.
Yeah, it feels like she is a Brit when she's here because she knows everyone.
She calls herself an adopted Brit. That was actually her plug at the draw ceremony last night. We said, okay, so why should people support you? And she said, what did she say? Yeah, she's an adopted Brit, very confidently.
Yeah, we'll take another good doubles player.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Love. T15. Game. Haverlag Waltert.
Nice and clipped
Haverlag
from
Waltert lead 2
the
games to
Haverlag
1.
Waltert pairing. So pretty standardly on serve at the beginning of this 5th and final match of the day on Demos People Arena. Haverlag, age 23, with full focus on the doubles court, has picked up the 2 biggest titles of her career this year. Both, I think both indoors, but definitely both in Slovakia. So maybe she'll be looking for honorary citizenship there as well. Because That's pretty good going from her. She's won her last 5 titles with 5 different partners, so that shows some good adaptability on her side.
Yeah, she seems like such a versatile player on the doubles court. She's so loose, just everything about her is just, I think that always makes for a good tennis player when you've got a loose lefty able to strike the ball so well. Clearly, when you're loose, you also have good hands because you're able to have that feel around the net.
That's 15 love.
You must have done your fair share of Freya Christie matches over the past 5, 6, 7 years.
A few.
What to you, I'm just interested from someone who hasn't quite seen as much of her as you have.
Sure.
What's changed over the last few years? She's stuck around similar rankings, maybe had some ebbs and flows.
Yeah, it's interesting actually because no self-plugging, but she came on a podcast that I was hosting a couple of years ago and was actually talking about when she was a teenager, and we mentioned she made the final here in, I believe, 2015, lost to Oceane Zordan, and it just all happened so quickly for her, so she wasn't thinking so much about it. And then came the pressure of actually, you know, having to back up those points and repeat those runs.
Game.
Bit of a different feel, but she's always had that big serve, heavier forehands, the ability to mix the slice in, and I think that versatility can come to the fore because she has switched focus more. She still plays singles when she can, but it's been much more of a doubles focus since the back end of 2022. She was playing very consistently with Ali Collins for a time, Alicia Barnett earlier this year. So has played Wimbledon main draws the last 3 seasons.
Love 15.
Yeah, it's interesting that she's now started to put more of her focus into doubles. I saw her out in Thailand a few weeks ago at the WTA 250 where she was just planning to play doubles but ended up just sneaking into singles.
Yeah.
But literally a few hours after getting off the flight into Bangkok, so it was a tough one for her to try and progress into singles-wise. But yeah, she had a tough one in the doubles. But yeah, it's be interesting to see her progress over the next few months on the doubles court.
No, I actually really respect what she did because a few players, and I think rightly so, they kind of start to feel that maybe they're punching at a bit of a ceiling in their singles game, and then they start to switch their focus to doubles. I felt like Freya was getting back to her best singles level at the back end of 2022, which was when she did commit to taking doubles more seriously, and I think that was a very considered move from her because it was only here 2 years ago that she was pushing a top 50 player.
15,
she's nailed the baseline there, I think. She doesn't even flinch, though. It's pretty close.
Yeah, she's so certain that was in. Everyone else, was it really in? She has no doubt in her mind.
Yeah, there might not be regular doubles partners, these two, but there's such a familiarity amongst the Brits, particularly those who are maintaining more of a doubles focus like these two.
30 all.
It's interesting seeing Haverlag take up that central presence at the net because she is so tall. She has such long levers either side that it makes complete sense for her to take as much coverage of the net as she can.
Out. 40-30.
Yeah, and I think it's a good formation too, to use the eye when Waltert is serving. Just put so much pressure on the returner to try and make something of the return when they haven't got much room to play with.
Game, Haverlag, Waltert.
Yeah, coming through with the
Haverlag,
precision
Waltert lead 3
on
games
the
to 2.
serve. Once again, Waltert, so that is a couple of holds for her. And 5 games, no breaks in the day's 5th match here on the Demos People Arena. Day 1 of main draw action at the W100 Shrewsbury, the biggest women's tennis event outside of the grass court season here in the UK.
Time. Love 15. Fifteen.
You can tell just how tall Isabel Haverlag is because Simona Waltert is not small herself. I'm just thinking back to the previous match and Klugman and Stoiber, and they're both still in their teens, but they have stature, and it just, I think they use their reach to get themselves up the court and keep the pressure on. You can just sense potential for that from the Waltert-Haverlag pairing. They're going to close down that net.
Yeah, you're right. Now you mention it, there is a sort of similarity with the stature of Stoiber and Klugman.
I mean, there's no question as to the backhand. I don't know if that's more whether a let was or wasn't called.
I've completely missed that.
Yeah, it's pure guessing games from where we're sat, and it's not being picked up on the mics down there.
That's 40.
Well, whatever it was, didn't keep them down for too long. Good body language from Haverlag. Just got the confidence of having picked up a big title at the weekend in similar indoor hard court conditions. His double break point.
That's deuce.
But then there's the disadvantage, right, in terms of the height. If the opposition can dip that ball and get it low, then it's a lot further down, and the hand skills required don't always come easy.
Yeah, that's the difficulty with being tall. It's just that much harder to get down to the low ones, which is going to be important because that's ultimately the goal of Christian Gray, is to get it down low, make the volley as tough as possible.
That's game, Christy Gray.
It's well fended off by Beth Gray. Doesn't mind a battle. She's been known to dig deep over the years, and that's nicely navigated middle of this opening set.
I'm intrigued to sort of get into the mini battle between Christy and Haverlag, because they've sort of played a bit in the last few weeks, albeit with different partners, but in various tournaments on the doubles court. And I'm interested to see how does that play a factor in. Are they starting to get to know each other a lot better now, especially given the fact they've played a few times now in the last couple of months. I'm pretty sure they split the last 2 meetings on a doubles court.
I think a really interesting element of that is, will they have played same side in every one of those meetings? Because both of them have been switching partners a little bit. And as a doubles player, you're going to want to try and partner up with someone who's going to let you have your preferred side, but it doesn't always work out like that.
Yeah, if they do happen to be playing on different sides to when they played previously, that will give a completely different look. So, yeah, that actually, yeah, could mean that they have no idea what's coming.
Game Haverlag Waltert.
Oh, that is
New balls, please.
Smooth as chocolate from Isabel Haverlag, and it's not a wonder she's got a spring in her step, because she's barely put a foot wrong with that serve. So still ticking over on Dumos People Arena, and maybe the scoreboard advantage will have something to say as we head along the wire.
Yeah, Haverlag's certainly been the one who's been the most active at the net, and she's been the one that has been putting away the most volleys, having the most sort of say, being the most dominant player currently on court. Be interesting to see if that changes towards the end of the set. I wouldn't be surprised if Haverlag and Waltert find a break pretty soon, because yeah, it's been positive signs from them early on. I haven't seen too much from Christy and Gray yet. It's not been bad at all, but I don't think they've been the dominant pair, let's say. I've also noticed that Beth has changed her racket since the last time I saw her, which wasn't long ago in Birmingham on the grass. So I think she's playing around with her models.
Love 15.
Yeah, something, you know, she is probably getting towards the latter part of her career, and it's something that we have seen people sort of starting to play around with their racket brands. You know, Murray did it towards the end with his Yonex.
Love 30.
No, that is such a good spot from you, almost as good as that interception there from Haverlag. But I mean, it's so valid as technology keeps improving. Things like that, the racket changes, and we talk about, you know, how conditions played in affect the course of play and the types of ball that are used, and the racket falls under that umbrella for sure. It can make a big difference. Just a little close to her feet on that occasion. She was put in really troubled waters. And this is quite the string of points from the Haverlag-Waltert pairing off the back of a love hold. Just had a bit of a trampoline effect for them.
Yeah, there was definitely something brewing, and they've managed to take advantage of it. So let's see if they can find this break.
Game, Haverlag-Waltert.
There it is, the breakthrough.
Waltert leads 5 games to 3.
And yeah, that favorable scoreboard, something they are building on here. Haverlag and Waltert specifically to serve for this opening set.
Yeah, and I think essentially that miss just comes down to the movement from Haverlag. Like, there's no reason for Beth to miss that shot apart from that pressure being put on her by the movement of the net. So yeah, it's really simple actually when it comes down to it.
Out. 30 love.
Yeah, he's just left the space across court. Waltert a little central.
30-15.
Yeah, she really lent into that final shot. Did Beth great.
I think this is a nice combination for these two. Waltert, just the 7th doubles tournament of the year for her. But she's got the confidence of the singles win earlier. Haverlag's got the recent form on the doubles court. And how about that to clinch things?
6 games to 3.
Stunning serving from the Waltert Haverlag duo, and that is why they are unbroken at the sit-down after the opening set. 6-3, they take it. The vibes are good. Will the ultimate result be? We'll find out over the next half hour or so here on the Demos People Arena. Final match of the day, a spot in the quarterfinals up for grabs. Oh, is that the biggest differentiating factor, Alex, or was it more what was happening off the ground?
Yeah, I think it, like you just said, it's just so obvious that they're oozing with confidence right now. Like Simona Waltert on the singles court earlier on, taking out the 1 seed here, and then Haverlag with the title last week in Slovakia. Like, it's really impressive, and it shows on the doubles court just how much confidence they're playing with. When you have that confidence, you know, your big shoulders, your movement is always forwards, which is in itself a really key factor when you're playing doubles.
Just wondering if anyone in the building is more confident than those ball kids right now on the front rows, giving us a very long wave from the far corner. No, carry on, Alex. You were saying.
I've completely missed it. Not paying enough awareness to the surroundings,
Alex
am I?
so in on his stats there and the process of play.
Ball kids are doing a great job, to be fair.
Yeah,
actually.
no, they are.
Now we talk about that.
They're very up to scratch, being kept nicely under control by Simon Haddleton there over in the far corner.
Yeah, it's not easy to get the ball kids up to scratch in probably a short amount of time to get ready for the tournament. So, yeah, kudos to him.
Great to
It's
see.
nice for the players. You don't always get that at these
Yeah.
events. It's another part of what just heightens the tournament here and the feel and the atmosphere.
Love.
Okay, so Alex, as you were saying, what needs to change for these two to turn the story around in the second set?
Yeah, I'd like to see they went with the I formation early on and they're going for it again now. I'd like to see a little bit more of that. Just because it offers something different, you're more likely going to get the net player involved because it's a 50-50 chance. You know, you've got one side of the court covered. If it goes there, you've got a nice volley. If it doesn't, then you've still got a chance of maybe poaching. The only issue with that is that when your opponents start to get a feel for the serve and they start connecting with the returns, it's tough to get over on your side of the court quick enough. Nice, but already there's a different feel about it because Christie's had three of 4 points, one at the net. It's amazing how quickly it turns.
Game, Christie, great.
And also good signs for how present they are in the match, that they've clocked immediately
game,
the need
second
to
set.
make that change. There's no head hanging, there's no frustration here. It's like, okay, what do we do to stay competitive and to turn things around in the second set? And it's only a hold of serve, but it's a convincing hold of serve to get them underway here.
Yeah, I mean, both of these players are experienced enough to understand the importance of the energy, and despite going a set down, it's so important, as we were mentioning in the previous match, to stay present, to keep your energy at a really good level, because you never know when your chance is going to come on a doubles court, and more often than not, it's going to come at some point.
I'm going to underline that experience for you. A combined 48 doubles titles for Freya Christie and Beth Gray at pro level. It's pretty decent.
Yeah, it says it all.
Love 15.
Yeah, that's the sort of piece of miscommunication that comes with having not played with a partner for a while, or if ever.
Out.
It's a shame because it was a good opportunity to step in on the return and use that forward momentum that we were mentioning in the changeover. So yeah, potentially a half chance missed for the Brits to get ahead in this service game. They'll have to reset and go again.
Let's up. Out. 15-30.
Yeah, they just let it drop a touch, didn't quite get up to it as quick as she could have done. Maybe because she thought Haverlag was going to go for it first, possibly. Yeah, I'm not too sure, but yeah, fairly simple miss. To, yeah, maybe give a half chance again back to the Brits.
30.
It's a neutralizer of a serve from those back foot positions, because it was Waltert who was put under the more scrutiny on serve in the first set. I think that the Brits had a look in to a degree in all three return games against that serve, but ultimately Waltert had the answer on her own terms. It's a great opening of the court.
30-40.
Yeah, and it was the perfectly timed move, because go too early there, Christie's opening herself up down the line, and it's really obvious for Waltert, but she moved just at the right time to cut off in the middle of the court, so that was perfect.
Here we go then, this is the big test, because they're down on the scoreboard here playing catch up.
Deuce. Deciding points, receiver's choice.
Well, they've taken those 2 points on with such confidence.
One game.
Not overcomplicating things, and Waltert strong on serve and forehand.
Yeah, I think that was what was key, is that it's just doing like the basics really well, serving really well, hitting her spots, going for the forehand. I mean, she took a bit of a risk going up the line, but I think that's exactly what I meant from the point before, is that Christie moved a touch earlier then, and the space opened up for the forehand. But it was still a forehand she had to make and understand where to hit the ball.
Love 15.
It's interesting, obviously both lefty-righty partnerships,
Yep.
and they've both opted to have forehands on the inside shot for the return, which is, yeah, an interesting dynamic. But I think they're right to do so, because the forehand is the shot that you want to hit when you're hitting that off shot, you know, the inside sort of out forehand. That's much easier than an inside out backhand. So I think it makes a lot of sense what they've opted to do returning wise.
Love 30.
All set up by the return. Took it so nice and early. And that just provides a nice simple volley. As long as the movement is good from Haverlag, the volley is always going to be pretty simple.
I mean, they're different personalities, but on an energy front, I'm sensing a bit of a difference both sides of the net.
15, 30.
That'll help a lot, that big first delivery from Christie. It just seems slightly more tense with the Brits.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Freya Christie gives off that slightly more tense feel. She's serious on court. She gives her all the time, and it maybe comes off slightly as, yeah, a little bit more tense when she's playing.
$15, 40.
And that jump to intercept, is that to try and take some pressure off the server, or because she felt like she had a decent look at that ball?
Yeah, I think, yeah, potentially a little bit forced, because she knows that that's where they're going to find the success is by incorporating the person at the net. But you've got to go for the right shot at the right time, and that, yeah, possibly wasn't the correct choice. That's the one that is going to pay off when the serve is just that much more effective.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. I've never seen an opponent look so apologetic when getting the break of serve, but there you go. I mean, Christie and Gray looking to do the right things there, and ultimately, I guess, just made to pay for a slightly slower start to the game. Setting a break for Haverlag and Waltert.
Yeah, I think as Christie was hitting that volley, it almost went in the sort of V of her racket, which is, the chances of that happening are seriously small. So the fact that's happened is pretty funny, and I think that's what the players were laughing at a little bit at the end there.
All right, your vision's sharper than mine. Apparently, Freya Christie caught the ball in the racket of her throat.
And
I was too busy looking at Haverlag bent over and what I thought was apology for the net cord, but
Time.
yeah, I guess it was a bit of both. And you could see Christie, she really wanted to be really frustrated at that, but because of the chances of that happening are so slim that it was actually kind of funny, and she saw the funny side.
Brilliant.
Much to her disappointment.
lacrosse for a moment.
Yeah.
And now it gets serious again because the deficit is a set and a break. And Haverlag's serve's been strong.
I love her backhand, Haverlag. It's so skillful. It's almost like, yeah, it's quite a slow take back and slow through the ball and through the hit. But it's almost like she's picking up the ball and placing it wherever she wants. It's almost like she has complete control over where she wants to hit that ball. A good movement at the net, though, from Gray.
And there's the backhand.
30-15.
Yeah, potentially. I was just thinking how to sort of counteract how effective Haverlag's backhand has been so far. And I was going to say, stop giving her as much pace, like let her generate the pace. And there, they were giving her the pace and she used it so well. So maybe just take a bit of pace off when you're going into that backhand.
Out. 40-15. Out.
Yeah, nicely clipped.
40-30.
It's good to see that from Christie because she did look really frustrated at the previous miss because she'd gone central ball to get on the up in the point and neutralize it. It's not a shot that she would often miss previously. Nice, just a killer.
Yeah.
Inside out brilliance.
Yeah, that had to be that good because the movement and the switch, I think pre-planned from Gray and Christie was so good and it was perfectly timed, but just that backhand is paying off and it's so good. Accuracy is, yeah, second to none.
Yeah, there were warning signs on the practice court yesterday. She was ripping a few, but she was nicely tucked away on the bottom court, so warning signs were hidden.
Love 15.
It's interesting though that she was hitting with Freya Christie yesterday. That was before the draw came out.
Laughing at how well she's playing.
She knows how good she is right now.
Fresh off a title. Yeah, things are looking good.
Yeah, it's got to come in at her
15.
at that ferocity right now to shut her out of proceedings.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if a player is playing that well, you've got to try and find the partner. You know, Waltert's not playing badly at all, but the star player so far in this match has been Haverlag. So just try and get the other player more into this match. Find some mistakes, find some errors from somewhere.
That's you.
And quite possibly the pressure to feel the need to go into Waltert there, just going for a fraction too much on the cross court. Great, understandably so, but it does create a half chance.
The reactions and the half volley and everything combined with that from Christie was outrageous.
Game, Christy Gray.
She has closed it down impeccably. It's a great combined effort from the
Haverlag
Brits.
leads 3 games to 2.
And we've seen only today on Demos People Arena, it only takes a couple of quality points to turn around proceedings. They are down a set and a break, these two, but it's just the 1 game deficit in this second set. Anything could happen.
Yeah, that brought back memories of the previous match when the Brits were up a set and a break and looking like they might, you know, soon finish things off, but it then got a little bit more complicated. And the Swiss pair in the previous match were able to peg back to level terms, and all of a sudden it was a different story. So again, like, if Haverlag and Waltert were able to clinch that, set and break up again, and things are looking pretty comfy for them.
Time.
And I do think, just on that previous point where we were saying maybe a tactic is to try and go into the Waltert side, you're right. When you are masked with that tactic of just going into one player, it sometimes, it masks the right shot, because be like, oh, I must go into Waltert, I must go into that side, and sometimes the right shot would be good to go in the other side. So it is difficult to manage.
15 love.
That was such a well-struck return. The timing on that, I could hear it even through my headphones. That was beautiful.
Yeah, and it's a great immediate move up the court from Christy, because these serves are so dominant. The first serve from Waltert and Haverlag, and they're winning, I think, about combined 20% more of their first serve points just because of the precision on that shot. For Gray and Christy, 2 players who are so accomplished on the doubles court, so efficient in the forecourt, to get up there as soon as possible and just prevent that tendency to dictate from the other side.
$40-15.
Yeah, very good stop volley. Absorbed all the pace from the Christy return that we were just discussing. That's she's starting to hit pretty well now. It's one way of counteracting that from the volleyer.
Game, Haverlag Waltert.
Another
Haverlag,
successful
Waltert lead
service
4 games
game
to 2.
for Simona Waltert. And you take those first serves out of the equation, this is a completely different match. Maybe it's a silly thing to say because the serves are so fundamental, but just the efficiency of these specific deliveries, there was a real opportunity there for Christy and Gray, and the first point was a great first serve from Waltert, and from there they're chasing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that first serve was what made the difference in that game, because when they were in the point, Gray and Christy really felt like they were getting something. They were getting some reward. You could hear it in their grunts.
Oh, that would have been a miracle.
Yeah.
And it would have just been too good today if Haverlag had made something out of that.
It's so funny because when players are in good form, they expect themselves to make that. Like there, she actually backed herself to make that. Just shows what form she's in.
Let's first serve. Out. 15 all.
Yeah, I mean, she was in the perfect position, just didn't execute the volley. Great smash. It wasn't easy because she was
15-30.
You know, she finished her movement at the baseline pretty much after she had hit that smash, which shows it actually wasn't a bad lob. It wasn't a bad dig either.
Yeah, she was backpedaling for sure.
Out. 15-40.
Yeah, this just feels like an accumulation of everything. Just the serves and how well they've held up from Haverlag and Waltert, because it's just the one break, but then they've been unbroken this whole match. So the distance feels that much more when Christie and Gray are under that more scrutiny.
30-40.
Again, I thought she was going to make it, and so did she. Yeah, there does feel like a real separation between the two. Yeah, there is a disparity in level for sure.
That's game. Haverlag and Waltert.
Yeah, because she's got a great
New balls,
forehand,
please.
Christie, and it has performed on this court in
Haverlag,
this
Waltert
club
lead 5 games to 2.
previously. It just felt like she had to go for more on it into the Swiss-Dutch duo, and pays the price. Set and a double break means there's a bit of a cushion for Haverlag and Waltert as they look to wrap this up in straight sets.
Yeah, it's been faultless performance from these two. Yeah, and still discussing tactics and seeing what they can do better. You can see Haverlag just offering some words of advice maybe for up at the net, because she has so much to offer up in the forecourt on doubles court. Yeah, she really knows what's working in her game, and Waltert's been really good at backing her up as well. As we were saying, the serve has been so important in this match so far. They're yet to be broken.
Time.
Well, there's more to play for Beth Gray, at least tomorrow. She's got an all-qualifier matchup on the singles court with Petra Marchenko. But they'll hope it's not all done and dusted in this doubles clash.
Love 15.
Down a double break now. There just seems to be a little more incentive to really go after it and take some risks and see what comes through from that.
Yeah, nothing to lose anymore for Christie and Gray. Definitely worth having a bit of a hit, and continue to have hits on the return like they have been, really. I wouldn't say you need to go for too much more on the return, but more in terms of court coverage at the net.
Yep.
Have a go.
Let's up.
Oh, she's woven her way through. But it took some doing.
15-30.
Every point win takes work right now.
Yeah, every point is, having to work for it. Yeah, that was nicely slotted down the line.
She's got a nice forehand for that Gray, the natural whip on the shot.
Yeah, it's perfect for a passing shot down the line.
15-14.
There we go then, nothing like last minute. And there does just seem to be that extra bit of bite now on the return. Christie really going after it cross into what has been a strong shot.
Game, Christie Gray.
11th hour, and it is a break of serve for the all-British pairing. I mean, however much you're out in front, it's always a little different when you come to close the door, mentally as much as anything.
Yeah, I mean, they were so close, and yeah, they've been the better pair throughout this match. And yeah, a few uncharacteristic errors, especially that last backhand from Haverlag, maybe slight lapse of concentration.
15 love.
It feels like, you know, she seems like a player who has a lot of fun on the court, and maybe when you have that much fun, which is so great to see, it sometimes comes with a couple of seconds lapse of concentration, maybe a couple of points here or there, which maybe is the price she has to pay for enjoying herself so much.
She read that like a book, though.
15 all.
And this is the benefit of the double break, in that even though they've been broken, there's the chance for Gray and Christie to start building again. They've still got a hold here, so there's still a game here where the Dutch-Swiss pairing can swing a little bit and stay loose. As I said, it just sat up for Christie to take hold of that. Good first serve.
Just came in at an awkward angle for Gray because she was going to the right side of the court, but that ball was coming in from the right, going to the left. It was a bit awkward, wasn't it? Just dipping enough to make that volley really awkward for Waltert. Be interesting to see if Haverlag, Waltert start to feel any tightness at all. They don't seem like the type.
That's game. Christie Gray.
Well, we'll find out, because that is a couple of games straight for Freya Christie and Beth Gray. Huge fight on the side of the non-seeders. And so they take the tide with them a little, heading into another must-win game. It is a second opportunity for Haverlag and Waltert to serve it out. And as much as they're now broken in this match, Waltert hasn't been broken. So I wonder if that still factors on a mental standpoint. And she's got the boost of having served out a win over the top seed in singles earlier today.
Yeah, I think so. I think when you have been serving so well, I don't think it matters if your partner has been broken. It's almost like a completely different, you know, you might be the pair serving, but it's very different when it's you serving, you know. It's a completely different feel for it. And you're right, Haverlag hasn't been broken yet, so... Sorry, excuse me.
No,
hang on,
it's been a long day. It's been a very long day.
Hasn't been broken there, so... yeah, and I think personally this is the better formation for them anyway, so yeah, I think they'll be okay.
15 love.
That's where I think the presence of Haverlag was so good there. Christie, I just didn't feel like was getting even trying to get herself into that.
Lex, first up.
Just the 6 doubles tournaments played for Waltert this year, but he's got a pretty decent record considering that. Couple of finals, 75 and 100 level, semi-final on the side. She's got good key weapons that are going to match up well with most partners, give them a platform. A little unfortunate there, really. The Brits with the forehand of Waltert trickling off the net from deep, but more often than not, she's put Haverlag in a good position in that forecourt.
Yeah, just as Haverlag has been the star player, Waltert has been instrumental in helping her partner stand out on the court.
Ample chances to close.
Set a match. Haverlag Waltert.
And it's triumph
6-3, 6-4.
to bring a close to the opening day of main draw competition here at the W100 Shrewsbury for Bratislava champion Isabel Haverlag and Simona Waltert, who dethroned the top seed in the singles. What a day for the Swiss. What a tough opening round for the British pair. Really, I mean, the seeds don't tell the whole story a lot of the time where the doubles is concerned, with switches of partners and the ability at this level. So I don't think it would be overly surprising that there would be an upset just in terms of the seeding on paper here. Haverlag and Waltert brimming with confidence, serving superbly for the most part. Good late fight from Christie and Gray, but a good straight sets win for the Dutch-Swiss duo.
Yeah, the Brits may have been the 3 seeds, as you mentioned, but today definitely the better pairing won. I think that was, yeah, fair and square. They matched up so well. Like we were saying, Waltert just provides such a strong base on a doubles court for her partner, whoever that may be, to implement their game, and Haverlag did that so well because she is so good around the net. She has such good presence on a doubles court. She can almost pinpoint wherever she wants to go on the court and put that ball wherever she wants to. So yeah, the perfect partnership came out on top today. Yeah, tough one for the Brits, but yeah, they'll continue to look forward for the remainder of the season, and yeah, Beth still got an exciting singles to look forward to tomorrow, having qualified this weekend on the singles court. So yeah, still positives to look forward to for the Brits.
Yeah, I think more than anywhere form can factor on the doubles court, because so much of it is that good feeling and good energy. And I know Freya Christie is a really capable doubles player who's come out on the wrong end of a lot of tight matches this year, and that can have an adverse effect. Bella Haverlag, on the other hand, I've seen her looking tight on court where she's been in that position, and now she's riding with the confidence of match wins, and it shows. You can really come into a new tournament with your best foot forward and riding that momentum, and yeah, that definitely paid off today.
Yeah, it's so much about confidence, this sport. Just the feeling of certain shots that are working, or yeah, certain patterns of play, especially in doubles, that are working clearly for Haverlag at the moment. Yeah, was obvious to see in that match, and Yeah, maybe Beth Gray and Freya Christie, if they start to play a bit more together, they'll start to gel a bit better, and then their confidence as a pairing together might start to flow a bit better than maybe they are individually. So that would be great to see from a British perspective. But yeah, definitely, as you say, confidence is key.
Well, there's been a lot of great stuff to see from a British perspective on court today, which is a little recap of day one of action in the main draw here at the W100 Shrewsbury. Victories on this main court for Heather Watson and Emily Appleton in the singles. Daria Snigur, the number 6 seed, did avoid a bit of a curse of the seeds today as she got the better of a slightly hampered-looking Ella McDonald, but wins in the doubles as well for Hannah Klugman and Rana Stoiber. And Alex, we probably better throw it forward to tomorrow and what we have to look forward to, because it is a scorching order of play on Demos People Arena. I mean, if you have tickets for this, congratulations. Rematch of the Wimbledon qualifying encounter between Kristina Mladenovic and Marnie Banks, last year's runner-up. Mladenovic, former top 10 player. Valentina Risa to take on Jodie Burridge, recently a top 100 competitor. Sonny Cartel up against Hannah Klugman. I mean, what are you looking at there?
Yeah, my eyes are drawn towards my longtime friend Sonny Cartel. I mean, what a year she's having, and on the big stages, she is just performing time and time again. And this is one of the biggest stages in the UK in terms of British women's tennis. This is, you know, as you said, time and time again today, it's the biggest event outside of the grass court season on the women's calendar in the UK. So I'm sure Sonny will be looking to perform here once again, and when she's in that sort of mood, she is a serious player. So my eyes are drawn towards that, because she's also got a tough test against Hannah Klugman.
Yeah, so much to look forward to, and a British marquee doubles match to round out the day as well. Holly Hutchinson and Ella McDonald to take on Maddie Brooks and Alicia Barnett, who is seeded at number 4. So it's been a great first day of main draw action. Abigail Johnson and Alex Hyman alongside me, taking you through it. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back with you tomorrow right here on Demos People Arena. That's at 10:30 a.m. local time. Have a good evening.